stepped up to the mark today without getting the results, and now he's had that win. This could be the moment though.
Will he? Why not? Oh, he has.
The sixth flag.
Absolutely sublime from Mike Warburton.
Norton's also found himself on a sizable out. The bullseye. Oh, that is superb! The bearded dragon breathes fire into the life of this game.
Week 2 is here, Monday is here, it's time for the Modus Super Series to get underway. Another week of darting delights coming your way live here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. And what a week we had last week. Saturday night was fantastic. Scott Mitchell was there to watch it, and he's alongside me again today. And Scott, no better place to start than what happened in front of a full house here on Saturday. Darius Labanauskas understated but victorious once again.
Yeah, I have to say the crowd was massive on Saturday night. It really added to the atmosphere of the evening and made it a very special night. Yeah, Darius sort of came through at 4-3 in the end, but Bradley Brooks was probably the man of the night. And although he needed a few favours on the Friday to actually qualify for the Saturday night, I think he felt that he'd used too many of his lives up, and he played super on Saturday night and had that dart at the bullseye so close. And Darius doing what Darius does, stays cool, calm and collected. As you can see, muted celebrations, but that's just the way that Darius does it, and he lifts the trophy in week 1.
Yeah, he was finally enjoying himself by the end of it, wasn't it, Darius Labanauskas? Second time he's won on that stage. But as you say, Bradley Brooks, that 1-2-5 attempt, that was a real sliding doors moment, wasn't it? Because if that goes in, it's one of the best shots we've ever had at the Super Series. It
would have been one of the most exciting shots we've ever seen to win a week, without doubt. But fine margins, we're talking millimetres, and maybe if he'd have had slightly fatter points, that might have gone in the bullseye, we'd never know.
Speaking of fine margins, here's what happened on Saturday night, and look at that, the end of the evening, all of the semis and finals 4-3, the last group stage in Group 2 4-3 as well, everything was such fine margins, and that's the difference between making it to Champions Week, potentially £25,000 in the pocket at the end of the year or not.
Absolutely. The way the game started to tell, you could see when we got to the semi-finals, you could see which players were playing great. Richard Rowlands had come back from a terrible start. He was superb in his semi-final, missed out, like you say, all on the throw.
Only one person has won 2 finals nights, champions nights here at the Super Series. That's Luke Littler. And just to mention for him, Scott, because he went on not only to do 2 champions nights here, but he's been fantastic since joining the PDC off the back of it, and won his second major yesterday.
Superb for Luke. The problem for him now is he's kind of created a rod for his own back, hasn't he? If he hasn't won anything for 3 weeks or hasn't beaten one of the top 4 for 3 weeks, then everybody thinks he's gone off, he's finished, he's over. I think he came back at the weekend and said, you know what, I'm still hanging around here, I'm still playing okay, and yeah, good for him. He's a few grand better off for it too.
Yeah, when he won his £20,000 here, he said he could buy anything he wants. Well, I think he can now. But let's turn our attention to this week at the Modus Super Series, and here are the players that are going to be in action. Come on to Group A, which is going to get started in a moment, but later in the week, Martin Adams and Robert Thornton joining Tommy Morris, your old mate, in Group B. Group C, Ryan Branley, he's only 16 years old. Jamie Kelling and Dan Nichols in Group C. But Group A, here is how the bookies see things for, well, the entire week, in fact. And Andreas Harrysson, who's in Group A, is the favourite. Robert Thornton won that double trouble, which is probably why he's now second favourite. But in this Group A, Mike Warburton, Justin Smith, further down at 9-1, only missed out in a last leg decider in a final. And Ross Montgomry, dangerous at 14-1 as well, Scott. Where's the value there?
Do you know what? I think Justin Smith's the value at 9-1 there. I really do. I think that something about this place just makes him sparkle and shine. He's a strange character off the board. There's no two ways about it. But he knows what he's doing when he gets here and he's in on that board. So, 9-1 for him. I think that's a good shout.
He's about to play as well, so we'll get into the comms box. The first match is Justin Smith against Mike Warburton, and I spoke to both Welshmen earlier this morning. Mike, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. How are you feeling ahead of this week?
Good, yeah. Not too bad. I haven't really played much darts, to be honest, because I've been nursing some tennis elbow. So I've been resting it quite a bit. I've just been playing bits and bobs, but yeah, I've had a good practice this week.
In the last series, obviously narrowly missed out in that final. Have you had a bit of a mission on your mind to get back here and put that right?
Well, yeah, last 2 finals, actually. Andreas and then Pac-Man. But yeah, one better this time, hopefully.
You're a player that's played here a lot. In fact, today you're going to play your 200th game here at the Super Series. How important is it for you to get to those Champions Weeks and maybe get yourself on that Roll of Honour winning one?
Yeah, that's the aim. Like I say, the last one hurt me because I was 3-1 up in the final and lost 4-3. That hurt me, but it just lit a fire in my belly. So I'll be back, and yeah, that is the goal, to win one, because I want to get my name on that trophy. Yeah.
Justin, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. How have things been since last time you were here?
Yeah, it's not been too bad, I suppose. I haven't found the time to practice as much as I'd like, but the last few weeks have been throwing quite good stuff. So yeah, I'm looking forward to today, well, the rest of the week as well.
Have you got a bit of extra motivation after narrowly missing out last time?
Yeah, definitely. Missing 2-3 darts, can't remember where it was. It's only made me more hungry to go out there and try and win it this time again.
They have been getting kind of bigger occasions, more dramatic, bigger audiences at these finals night. Have you you've been here a lot, have you seen the growth of this event?
Yeah, especially after the last time I was here. There was a hell of a crowd here, so they were like obviously loud and everything. So yeah, having experience being here a few times, I've been to like 5 or 6 finals nights now, so I got enough experience to put behind me and go and win it.
Here we go then, the 2 Welshmen do battle in the opening match of week 2. Series 9 here at the Modus Super Series, and players that have appeared in pretty much every series so far, both experienced in this format. But out of practice, both of them saying in those little conversations this morning, Mike Warburton suffering from tennis elbow, therefore resting rather than going through the repetitions. The man from Wrexham looking to go on better than he did in the previous series. In fact, the previous 2 series, as he reminded me, losing out in the deciding matches, whereas Justin Smith was so close, missing a couple of darts to make it through to the last Champions Week. The 27-year-old bearded dragon also said he hasn't been able to put in the amount of practice he would have wished, and that's a good starting point really, Scott Mitchell, because you're a guy who has plenty of other priorities away from the dartboard, and sometimes you can't always put in hours and hours of practice, but coming to the Super Series on a Monday surely can help you play yourself into form.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that, Murph.
Game on.
I am probably right in the bracket that these 2 fellas have been talking about. Sometimes you strain your shoulder doing a bit of fencing or something, and you do sometimes rest on the way in, or sometimes, like you say, you do want to get more practice in, and you sometimes don't get enough. So yeah, one thing that I can absolutely
96
say is that it's better to be in Group A when that is the case, and you play your way into the week without doubt.
So expect these 2 to be a little rusty in the opener.
100.
Just working their way into the day, working their way into the week. Following it will be Ross Montgomery against Darren Barton, the ADC qualifier. How good, by the way.
60.
Did we see that run last week from our ADC qualifier, and Dennis van der Ende from ADC Europe taking on Andreas Harrysson in the 3rd game. And that's kind of an inspiration for him, isn't it? Because that's how Andreas started here at the Super Series, coming through the ADC system, and a fully fledged champion, of course.
Yeah, very much so. Andreas's stats are pretty special here in this building.
Yeah, Carl Wilson last week, fantastic in that run to the semi-finals.
60.
Yeah, my first meeting with him, I'm aware of, and yeah, what a lovely gentleman he was, and he was great to have around the place, and to make the semi-final like he did. And had a break, you know, he played in that Group 1 and as Group A winner, and lost pretty heavily in the first game, but didn't let that overcome him, and he made the semi-finals and lost it by the odd leg there, where he didn't quite have the darts, but yeah, lovely gentleman, and a massive addition to the Super Series from where I'm from.
77.
Close, but not close enough for Smith, so Warburton will get a look here. 60 for the opening leg on throw.
Game shot in the first.
Doesn't look out of practice.
Right, Warburton.
Strong start, 1-0.
No, what I've always found about Warby is that
Second leg is just into
his
through
focus
first.
when he goes to the board is very special, and running. It's not his first time here, is it? He's made 9 appearances here, and
41.
a pretty evenly matched game because Justin Smith has made 8 as well. So, a nice opener. Both would have done this before as well and be used to this situation, and will know how important it is to get off to a really
60.
good start. It's nice to get a first win in this building on a Monday morning and get yourself up and running.
Yeah, it's an interesting group.
140.
These two very experienced, along with Andreas Harrysson. Dennis van der Ende's only appeared here once. Darren Barton's making his debut. I think the misleading one is Ross Montgomery, who's had 3 appearances here, but is more experienced in darts matches than anybody else in the field. For the group, of course, we've got Adams and Thornton coming in later in the week.
I was just about to say, don't
41.
ruffle Mr. Adams' beard. He's probably got a little bit more experience than Ross. I think Ross learns from Martin, and I think I've learned from the pair of them as an international captain. Been very fortunate to be around them, but yeah.
140.
This is actually Mike Warburton's 197th game here. So he will pass the 200 today. Nice landmark to have. Of course, he'll want to win all 5 of them as well.
100.
He's made good progress against a throw here. 101 after a dozen darts. Smith just getting a little frustrated with a
81.
wayward one there,
You require 101.
but a chance to double the lead.
$49. Justin, you require 98.
No chances for Smith here. Treble 18, double 12. Oh, nicely done. And this is kind of what Smith can do, and does quite often. Special players do that when they're under the cosh a little bit. Need a sort of finish between that sort of 70 and 100 bracket. They tend to jump on it and finish it off.
140.
Justin Smith has another strange one. He's been in a week here when I've been here, and he has another strange one. He leaves his darts here overnight generally. When you come in when Justin Smith's here, he leaves his darts on the fridge in the case. I don't know whether he doesn't forget them in the morning or whatever, or whether he's got another spare set somewhere else. But yeah, he's one of those that, I walked in. I said, who's left these darts here? He said, oh, it's me, boyo. I leave them in here.
Not quite as strange as Stuart Kellett, who would leave his darts in the fridge as opposed to on it.
I've known of players in the past put their glass, have a pint glass of ice and put their darts in the ice between games. I've seen that before.
140.
Lady player in Dorset used to do that.
61.
Gary Anderson will famously put a stem and flight in the water just so he knows it's his water.
Yeah, that's a beauty in the pub. If you just have one of your flights in your pocket and you one round and just chuck it in the top of a full pint that you see there and you go, hang on, this is mine. It's got my
60.
flight in it. 9 times out of 10,
64.
somebody's just flipped the flight in it from their pocket.
Well, whose game is this going to be? Warburton looking at 64, having already taken out 60, and the finishing in this match has been fine so far. And it continues in that vein. 2 from 2 for Warburton, 60 and 64.
Leg is just into
Every leg one on throw.
Yeah, well, when Justin Smith's just done what he's done with the 98 in the previous leg, it does wake you up as an opposing player to know that if I get there, I've got to get this, because he's going to have me. So it does sort of gives you that extra little bit of oomph and concentration to make sure that you do the right thing, and Warburton did that beautifully there.
Yeah, well, both players know they're in a match. In fact, the only dart missed at double was a shot at double 16 at the end of 109 combination by Smith in the opening leg of the game. They've both been there or thereabouts in every leg, and they're playing at a decent level to say that they are supposed to be a little bit rusty and out of practice. Warby averaging north of 90. Smith not too far behind.
60.
Yeah, always difficult to play the opening match as well, particularly on a Monday morning.
41.
Sure the families will be tuning in. Mike Warburton has their names listed down his left sleeve.
59.
Wife and children all watching, all paid tribute to.
137.
Yeah, it's all about the families. You got to have a good, stable base behind you when you're I don't know, a semi-pro or whatever you want to call it. We never call ourselves pro if you've still got a job, but you put enough hours and times in to be a pro, and you need that support from behind you, your wives and your girlfriends, you know, when you're, like I say, doing the practice or whatever, or you take a step back and things aren't going right and you want to give it all up, they've got to be behind you just to give you a little gentle push back forward.
It's another similar leg this. Both players down to a similar finish after the same number of darts. Smith can't get rid of the 130.
94.
Can Warburton take out the 120?
120.
Pressure applied from Smith here. Thing is, it's making sure you don't do that. Blocker with the first one, although it's 60. A 20 and it's a lovely 20 and the shot's still on. You want that one just above that wire, don't you?
Yeah, there was the option of bull, wasn't there for Mike Warburton, but maybe a little bit early for something so spicy.
Yeah, you've been watching too much telly darts, Murph.
60 is what he took out to win the first leg. And it's what he takes out to win the third, and he's done it so far without missing a dart at double in the game. And look at that. That's the difference. Justin Smith missed the opportunity to win the first leg. He's missed the opportunity to win leg 4. And the difference is exactly that. Warburton flawless. And there is the Warburton family, who will all be wearing big beaming smiles at the moment because all's going well for husband and dad.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know Warby's a bit of a strategic player for me. He would have strategized today and obviously Justin Smith would have been one that he would, as a mate, would have targeted and wanted a win against. And I'm sure he feels the same about Montgomery and Andreas Harrysson. So he would come in wanting to win two of those 3 games, I would think, to put himself in good stead for the rest of the week. I know we all say we don't do it, but we do. Sometimes the players get here and don't actually know sometimes till Friday, Thursday or Friday when it's released here, what players you're playing against in the following week. You sometimes do not know. Well, mostly you do not know. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah, you get the odd one who tries desperately to find out by asking everybody else when they're in the next series, but we tend not to release it until the Thursday before. Might have been a little roll of the eyes when Warby saw Andreas Harrysson again in his group. But he's making a fantastic start and just sending a message to the rest of the field here.
95.
Hasn't missed a checkout in the game, and all of those checkouts have started in a 6. 2 60s, a 64, now he's after a 66.
He's heading back up to that tops for the match.
46.
And that's the first time he's missed.
Justin, you require 72.
There are options here. Chooses double 16. Can't find it. More misses for Justin. More misery for Justin Smith. And another opportunity for Mike Warburton, who wins the opening match of Monday on week 2 of Series 9. Warburton the victor. Smith left to rue missed doubles, and it's all business for Mike as he exits the stage with 2 points in his pocket. Strong start from him. Flawless in his first 3 winning legs, and then just took a little bit more time to cross the line in the 5th, but wins it in 5 legs, a 4-1 success over his fellow Welshman. Coming up next, we're going to see the Scotsman Ross Montgomery take on the debutant Darren Barton. Welcome back. Game 2 of Week 2, Series 9 at the Modus Super Series. About to get underway, and it's Ross the Boss Montgomery, who is very well known, taking on an unknown quantity in the ADC qualifier, Darren Barton. Montgomery from Glasgow, 61 years of age, still throws a mean dart and has had some success at the Super Series. Seems to make it through to Saturday nights. Getting a full week this time around after good showings in Group B's previously. But the Spartan is his opponent, 41 years of age from Sussex, Darren Barton, and I guess Scott Mitchell looking to follow in the footsteps of last week's ADC qualifier in Carl Wilson, who was excellent and brought a healthy fan base with him on Saturday night as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Darren Barton is a little bit closer up the road than that. So
First leg, it's Ross to
I'm
throw
not sure
first.
whether he's travelling up and down or staying
Game on.
over, but yeah, plays his county darts for Sussex, does Darren Barton.
Two players who've gone for the
81.
rhyming nicknames, Ross the Boss and Barton the Spartan.
Yeah, it's quite an impressive shirt, I have to say,
60.
from Darren Barton. I like a shirt with a bit of character. Of course, mentioning that, obviously we've got Martin Adams coming up later in the week, and
140.
it's 5 o'clock somewhere, it always says on his shirt.
Well, 9 o'clock's the time.
93.
You need to get ready for the Modus Super Series. 9:30 starts Monday to Wednesday. If you are joining us for the first time, welcome. If you are joining us as a repeat viewer, thank you. Hope you enjoy what you're watching. Make sure you are subscribed to the YouTube channel. Plenty of
100.
fantastic content available even outside of our live shows.
140.
And that was a fantastic visit that Darren Barton should be content with. Well, you spotted it off air, Scott. There's a bit of a change here, isn't there, for Ross Montgomery?
Yeah, so I actually was having a little practice on the stage as the guys do before play starts. And the first 180 there for Darren Barton.
40.
I'll let Ross throw these.
Oh, you said these. You didn't expect him to hit it in one dart.
Game shot
It's
on the
taken
first
two.
leg. Ross Montgomery.
Yeah, Ross seems to have with the same company of manufacturer, and he seems to have changed his flight setup a little
Second
bit. Ross
leg,
has
it's
always
Darren
used
to
the
throw
spinny
first.
version of the
Game.
flights that they get out each other's way in when the barrel's hit, but usually got some sort of Scottish motif.
100.
The proud Scotsman that he is upon them, and he's gone to a slightly larger size of flight. So that means he's got no logoed ones of
83.
those, so that's why he's using a plain white flight today.
140.
Well, early signs are very good from Darren Barton. Even though he's lost the opening leg, his scoring has been sensational, actually, so far.
100.
He's hit at least one treble in every scoring visit apart from the very first one. And it carries on, because that is a treble.
I was just about to say, well done there, Murph. Lovely jubbly. Commentator's curse, but then he hit a treble one.
Yeah, and the fact that after that score of 28, he's still got a healthy advantage in the leg shows how good his scoring actually has been up to that point. Has to be careful here to make sure he leaves a finish. Should go 18s. And he does.
93. $135. Darren require 140.
He'll be looking for a ton here.
60.
He'll be a little bit mystified how that didn't happen with those first two darts being right on the wire, but Montgomery now comes back for the same. Now he's looking for Another one of those, and he'll go nice and high.
100. Darren, you require 80.
So should get a dart at tops here, Barton. Okay, we're going to go 25 ball now, surely. No, that hasn't worked. So 20.
40. Ross, you require.
Leave him sat on tops. But Montgomery, once again, has the advantage.
Well, it's been a good showing from Barton, but maybe a little bit of nervousness as he approached the end of that leg. He will get another go, though, because the minor margins
require 40.
have resulted in an opportunity. Misses by Montgomery. Tricky.
20.
Yeah, really tricky, because as soon as you go across, that does open up the top end of the bed. Above the dart, you can't really use it. So Montgomery now then 1 for double 2.
Game shot in the second leg.
And we spoke about those flights that spin and get out of the way. That is exactly what happened with that one.
I
think it spun too much and got right out of the way. Had to go and retrieve it then.
Game on.
I've never seen one of those do that before, actually. Pop off the top.
Perfectly pitched. But anyone who was watching Saturday night, Scott, will know that you had a
100
little comedy moment when you predicted the pattern of throwing of Darius Labanauskas. Well, Darren Barton does something similar here, doesn't he? He's got different coloured flights. He's got a blue one, a yellow one, and a blue one, and he seems to throw them in that order.
95.
Yellow in the middle every time.
Yeah, I made the mistake. Darius seemed to throw his in a sequence, the same for 3 throws in the row, and then the minute I mentioned it, he grabbed another colour. It was like he had a hot line up to the box here. He said, I know how to make that Mitchell look daft. I'll throw the yellow one first this time. Yeah, so, but there is definite pattern
60.
with what Barton does. Not to be confused with Montgomery, who throws the white flight first, then he throws the white one, and then he throws another white one.
Yeah, clearly superstitious.
55.
Well, that's a really good guide. Unable to utilise it on this occasion. The averages have now sort of met in the middle, both around the mid-80s. But it's Montgomery that's the boss in the game. After the missed opportunities, he's actually had more chances at the end of legs than Darren Barton has had. I think when he started to approach the winning line in any leg, that's when he started to kind of malfunction a little bit.
Yeah, both having a little mid-throw wobble here. It's catching.
One of those who toes the oche, Ross Montgomery, rather than stands side on, and he actually does a Gary Anderson sort of step onto the oche, doesn't he? Again, maybe something that's a superstition, or maybe just doesn't want to take his eyes off the dartboard, therefore he's feeding for the oche with his foot rather than looking down at it.
I have a theory on it, and I think it's because when you play in certain tournaments,
140.
you do sometimes just put your foot on the oche to make sure it's pushed right up against the backboard. Sometimes there are tournaments where the oches move a little, but no such problem here.
Game shot on the third.
Very nice 114 and our first ton topper of the week.
Fourth leg, it's Darren to throw first.
Yeah, I've got a theory that people do that to just make sure the oche is slid right up against the backboard.
Yeah, sweet start this for the Super Scott. 114 checkout gives him a 3-leg lead, and Darren Barton, who started in style, is getting a rude awakening here to life at the Modus Super Series.
I think he'd have had no inhibitions about
55.
what he would face. Some of these ADC qualifiers, they will be in fields and the back room, particularly of players who they possibly would have seen on TV a few times as an avid spectator, but not been in a room with them too many times to play them. That's another thing that
37.
Super Series brings. success in qualifying for here does take you getting used to the next level. I remember
92.
being in a room at a Players' Championship a couple of years ago when I had a tour card, and I was sat in there, and it was MVG, it was Johnny Clayton, it was Gezi Bryce, and I sat there like even as a world champion that I am, thinking, what am I doing in this room? How am I playing on the main stage? And yeah, sometimes you have those moments, and I'm sure Darren's probably had one of those by looking at the people in the week this week.
60. Ross, you require 170.
Well, this would be the ultimate salt in the wound shot, the 170 on offer here. And it could go. Not to be the case, but Montgomery will leave it handy, and Barton may have to pull out a plum himself.
Darren, you require 150.
Yeah, he's left it very handy indeed. Barton on the 150. Goes the new way. So 76 scored. 74 left. He's going treble 14 is the usual route. Yeah.
90. Ross, you require 36.
So that's Ross Montgomery then, for his first win of the week. Over to double 9. Ross Montgomery gets it. A 14 dart leg to finish the match. A 4-1 convincing win for him over Darren Barton. Darren Barton will be now knowing exactly. A nice bit of encouragement there from Ross Montgomery. Nice bit of encouragement for the lad, and that's really cool to see. Camaraderie, a nice win there. 89.73 for Montgomery. Not too bad for Darren Barton on first visit. 87.14. He'll build on that. We're going to go into a short break, and when we return, it will be Andreas Harrysson taking on Dennis van der Ende.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrysson has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Andreas Harrysson to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Welcome back. Game 3 features one of our Modus Super Series champions, Andreas Dirty Harrysson, back on the Super Series stage. He was here actually a couple of weeks ago at the Double Trouble event, the Super Swede. looking to get back to a Champions Week. He's going to have a tough task on week 2. We've already seen good performances from Warburton and Montgomery in wins. The 49-year-old looking to stamp his authority on this group early. Taking on Dennis van der Ende back for a second time, the Dutchman who's qualified through that ADC Europe system. A previous appearance, van der Ende didn't have the greatest time, but he was okay. High average though of 85, which is pretty much the standard average of
First leg,
all of the other players in the
Andreas
group.
to throw
And when you
first.
consider that
Game on.
Andreas Harrysson actually across the 179 matches he's played before this one,
100.
averaging over 90 for all those games. That's impressive.
Yeah, mighty impressive. And another stat I find mighty impressive. He's won 613 matches here, which is Warby's won 612, and later in the week we'll see Thornton, who's won 620. So all stats that are absolutely massive. Oh, sorry, that's legs, not matches. Cool. Can't actually, can't read my own writing here. Yeah, he's won 600 and matches. Wow, we'd been having to do till 4 o'clock in the morning sessions for him to have done that.
42.
Introduce Group D. Yeah, this actually is 180th match on that stage. Mike Warburton's going to play his 200th against
39.
Andreas Harrysson later today. But I think the most important way of putting that apart, the amount of legs won, is that's pretty much 60% of the legs that he's played, he's won.
41.
Yeah, another impressive stat. We were mentioning like double stats last week, and as a player, what you're happy with is about 33%.
58.
And obviously, anything over that means you're sort of 50% is every one and every 2 darts you're hitting a double, which is pretty impressive for any
42.
player. So when you look at 60% on the legs wins over all those matches, it is a very impressive stat indeed, and a sign that
96.
Andreas is more than happy within this building and on this throw. And when we were in the double trouble week, all in there together, and we were saying, where's the best throw you've ever thrown on? And I think 5 out of 6 said here. So that's a pretty impressive stat as well, with 5 world champions in that Group A in double week, and Andreas a multi-week champion here.
Well, all the stats point to a comfortable win, and the first leg feeds into that narrative. Harrysson took him 20 darts, in fact, but even then, Dennis was still on a finish of over 100. Shaking his head a little bit in the background there. You don't tend to see much emotion from Andreas Harrysson, but not really happy with the way he started the game, even though the leg was won so easily.
I'll tell you what that tells me. It tells me that he's counting the darts.
21.
It was a 20 dart throw he won with, and he's shaking his head after it, and I'm thinking he's one of those wants to be out in 15 darts, man, and he's counting his darts.
A tasty tussle coming up next. Justin Smith up against Ross Montgomery.
60.
Smith went down to Mike Warburton 4-1. Montgomery got a 4-0 win in his opening match against Darren Barton, and Scott Mitchell alongside me mentioned it was nice to see
46.
a little pat on the back and a few words of encouragement for the man he'd just whitewashed on his Super Series debut.
85.
Yeah, Ross has a reputation of being a tough man to chat with and get on with, but I've been sort of quite close to him over the last few years, and yeah, you always kept him at arm's length, but once you are in the cusp of Ross's friendship bracket, then yeah, you understand the way he operates is kind of the way that he plays on the board.
58.
He might get the leg one in 15 or fewer this time, Andreas Harrysson, because the 180 is giving him that opportunity. And there might be a
Game
smile
shot, the
behind that
second
beard
leg.
now.
Andreas Harrysson.
15 darts thrown, leg 1, 2-0.
Third leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
Yeah, he'll be
Game
thinking that's more like it.
We're getting to that time of year, Scott, where the big majors are around the corner in PDC darts, and you start to think about who might be on tour next year.
57.
We often have conversations here because we showcase many of them about the best players without tour cards. Do you expect to see Andreas Harrysson pick one up in the next couple of years?
Yeah, I do, if that's what he wants to do. But I also know, being in the latter stages of my career, sometimes a tour card is not always what you want these days.
23.
The reason for having a tour card sometimes has changed. I mean, for me, the non-qualification to the Euro Tour has been a bit of a blow to the Challenge Tour players. To be able to, there's still 150 of you, 180 of you, 200 you're going for 2 places at each one, but we used to have a qualifying sort of weekend, maybe one here, where you tried to qualify through 4 or whatever, and then go to Germany and have 5 qualifiers out there to, all right, double 18.
85.
And so that's, it just depends what he wants from darts from here on in, and how his work situation is. And a very brave man to say that you don't want a tour card, I can tell you that. But there are a few brave ones out there that are saying just that at the moment.
Well, he'd certainly be able to mix it. There's no doubt about that. This frustration is something new. I've never really seen this from Andreas Harrysson.
28.
But the gear change since that shake of the head at the end of leg 1 has been notable.
Yeah, he's more than capable of holding a tour card, and I think he's one of those players that the better players he plays against, the better you will see from him.
No score.
He's probably got to take his mind away from this game and just get on and get the job done, and put it down to the Monday morning blues.
180. Andreas, you require
It's
8.
often opportunities for Dennis to get back into the game. It's not like he's throwing bad darts here. They are on the cusp and on the wire.
4. Dennis, you
Now
require
all of a sudden,
50.
a chance has materialised for Vande. The way he stands, he has to slide across the oche.
18.
And he's now put 2 on the wire.
Andreas, you require 4.
So in my experience, the odds on here now, this goes first dart. Okay, no, not to beat.
No score.
Oh, bag of nails there from Andreas. Really has got himself in a problem. He was there and thereabouts after 12 darts, and now he's had another 12, and still the leg is not complete. And
Dennis Vande Ender.
it's a 23 dart break of throw
Full
for
flag is
Dennis Vande Ender, and a break is a break no matter what. But
Well, the last week he was here was called Double Trouble. He's suffering that this morning, isn't he? 15 darts missed.
I think the next one should be massive
58.
double trouble. I don't think it gets bigger than that. Not in this building anyway. We may see a slightly
99.
aggravated version of Harrysson in this leg.
$58.
No treble trouble.
No, every time you play him, you know what's coming.
Did you... Sorry, Scott, did you enjoy that experience, the double start format?
Yeah, I really did. It was a great bunch of people in the back room as well. It was a great bunch of former champions, and yeah, it really was a super week. Lots of banter, lots of stories, and sometimes we were sat in the back room and we were forgetting that we had to play next.
And you were sat in the back room with Andreas Harrysson, of course, in Group A. What was your sort of take on him? Because we only see the sort of steely focus that he has on the stage. What's he like?
I've always got on very well with Andreas anyway, so even before our times of meeting up here, he's always been a quiet but confident person, is what I would say. And on that week, he was sat in that back room. I think he was just all ears, listening to the stories that were going round, and
40.
You know, the Richie Burnett
Quiet,
sort of story
32.
with filling up his pot noodle from a radiator.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
He had no water or
Andreas
kettle.
Harrysson.
Another leg there goes to Andreas, and I think he was in amazement.
5th leg, it's
And of course,
Andreas
I
to
asked Richie how the pot
Game.
noodle tasted, and he said it's probably the worst one he'd ever had. So there were stories like that flying around in the back room, which were extremely funny. And I think he was taking it all in. And he said I've been to the players' room this morning, and he said, I don't think I'll ever be in such a great room.
Well, the last 2 legs have been an extraordinary story on their own, because in both of them, Andreas Harrysson was on a double after 12 darts. The first he lost in 23, the second he won in 13.
Yeah, very much so. Consistently inconsistent, I think they call that.
The bigger concern is for Dennis van der Ende, who hasn't performed well at all, and in fact the only leg that he has won, he was basically forced into winning it, wasn't he, by Andreas Harrysson missing all those darts at double.
96.
Yeah, he's it's a little bit of the Monday morning blues here for Dennis, that's for sure.
On a double after 12 again. After the first leg, he shook his head after taking 20 darts, and in the next few he's been on a finish after 4 visits, and on a double pretty much after 4 visits every time. This is sensational from Andreas Harrysson. The average won't tell the story because of those missed darts at double, but Andreas Harrysson has put in a stellar showing there for most of that match. He wins it 4-1. The stats, well, they kind of do lie at the end of this game, because he missed 16 darts at double, the bulk of them in the same leg. But the rest of the match, he was scoring fantastically. 5 tons, 4 140s, 2 180s, and our former Super Series champion gets a 4-1 victory over Dennis van der Ende, who looks like having a long week if he can't improve on that level of performance. Harrysson gets a comfortable win, just as Warburton did in the first match, just as Montgomery did in the second, and the boss will be back in the 4th. He takes on the bearded dragon, Justin Smith, after the break.
So welcome back here to the Modus Super Series. We are 3 games in, and our last game saw Andreas Harrysson have a pretty convincing 4-1 win over Dennis Vande. But this game sees Ross Montgomery taking on Justin Smith, and Justin Smith lost out in his first game to fellow countryman Mike Warburton 4-1. So he'll be looking to get his Group A campaign back on track, and Ross Montgomery had success over debutant Darren Barton in game 2. So he is
First
on the board
Justin to throw
up and running. So this could be a very interesting game, Murph, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're going to have
100.
3, potentially 4 players battling out for the top of this group, with all due respect to the 2 qualifiers. However, if Justin Smith starts to lose
43
to those rivals, he could be cut adrift himself, couldn't he? And it would become a race between Montgomery, Harrysson and Warburton pretty quickly. So he's determined to bounce back from that early defeat.
59.
Justin Smith, I don't have him down as a sort of thinking dart player, and I don't mean that disrespectfully in any way, shape or form. I think Justin Smith is one of those that just plays the game in front of him and gets on with it. He forgets it as fast as it happens and then moves on to the next.
95.
Whereas some more thinkers like the Ross Montgomerys, who sometimes when they lose a game they can carry it around with them on a backpack and let it weigh them down. The Modus Super Series does give something to dart players. It's very different than what we have to deal with in any other form of darts. 9 times out of 10 in a straight knockout competition, you have your one loss or you win the thing. And you go back and you have 24 hours to sort it out before you come back the next day. Here, you don't even get 24 minutes. You can be back on one game after just a break of one game. So, very different to get your head round. And the short format as well means that anything can happen. It's a
require 104.
very revolutionised system here, and one that is very different that we play anywhere else.
48.
We will have the chance to hold on to his throw in the opening leg here. Every match so far going with the player who threw first, although they've got breaks in those wins, all of them convincing. And Ross Montgomery might be about to get a break here straight away.
Justin Smith has not been very convincing on that 32 so far today. He's failed to hit it on a few attempts. Montgomery here off the barrel.
16.
Oh, he used it perfectly, and
he
he questioning the law of physics and how that didn't go in.
Game shot on the first.
This time Smith can use the marker. His darts do lean over to the right, so those targets
second leg, it's Ross to throw
in
first.
the
Game on.
bottom corner of the board can prove troublesome.
Yeah, sometimes the darts lean over because of the position you stand on the oche. Sometimes if you stand right
60.
to the right of the oche. He's not quite central there, Justin Smith, is he? And you can see from that beautiful overhead shot.
140.
As you can see, Ross Montgomery's pretty much bolt upright, dead centre of the board.
$125.
Let's take his dart just across his nose, and yeah, there you go, not quite centre.
Yeah. Also, it actually give you a little glimpse of the amount of movement in his throw, where Ross sets himself dead central. If you saw that throw from the back of Justin Smith, and actually his arm's coming out and then back in, it's almost like a swinging motion in the arm. Look, from the side to the middle.
Yeah, it doesn't. Very successful it is though, Murph.
180.
Right on cue.
Well, it's one of those, isn't it? It's a different type of movement to say John Henderson, but it's one of those where everything has to be right because there is a lot of movement. Everything has to be in sync for him to get a visit like that.
Game on the second leg.
Nicely tidied up by Justin Smith there. Yeah, John Henderson's mechanics. I think if we started chatting about that, we would be still going at game 15 this morning or this afternoon. Yeah, I know he used to work on the oil rigs and things, but he has got a proper nodding donkey sort of action, which, as we know, has been very successful for him.
But it is all in sync at the moment for Smith. He hit the 180, took out 41 in 2, and then 2 more treble 20s. 45. A little spell there of 7 perfect darts.
57.
Results in a 2-leg lead and a gap in the averages of some 20 points between this pair.
41.
Yeah, got to get that first dart right. As Ross, you've got to move.
134.
Smith has just done.
Gets the first dart spot on.
140. Justin, you've got 170.
Not to be this time on the 170. But looking very healthy to hold his throw here in leg 3.
$85. Justin, you've required 65.
Yeah, I wanted the 25 there, but kind of getting a little frustrated now, trying to work out where he needs to go.
33.
He leaves double 16 all the same. Montgomery back on 190. We'll just be trying to put some pressure on and make some inroads into this.
100.
He does, but probably 32. Not enough.
Game shot on the third.
Smith finally hits 32 today. But as a dart player, you're not aware that you haven't been hitting it. That's the strangest thing. Your family and friends are at home going, no, don't leave this double because you've not been hitting it all day. And you, as a dart player, don't know. Or if you do know, you just think that the law of averages says you've got to start hitting it at some point. We have a very silly thing that goes on between our ears at times when we're throwing.
137.
Well, one of the beauties of the Modus Super Series is the fact you alluded to it earlier about having another game and another game and another game, because in many darts events you lose, you're out. You can't play again until the next day, the next week, in some cases the next month. But here at the Super Series, what a difference a game can make. Justin Smith lost his first match 4-1. His
120.
head would have been somewhere near where that dart landed after that. And Ross Montgomery would have been on cloud 9 after a 4-0 win. And now the tables have totally turned around.
I don't believe you ever master this game. I think the game always owns you. You just manage to master it on the time or two, or the occasion it goes right.
140.
As frustrating as it is, it's addictive.
Well, Smith has a chance to win it 4-0. Well, he's all right there, because he's found the treble. It's still on 89 rather than 99, which wouldn't have been possible in 2
88.
darts.
Russia require 141.
And as you do, when you're 3-0 up, everything starts to drop in, even though it's gone the wrong way. Treble 19 here.
75. Justin, you require 16.
So a pair of 8s to get the job done, and that is a fantastic turnaround in the fortunes of both of these players, really. Smith was beaten 4-1 by Mike Warburton before Ross Montgomery won 4-0. Now the boss has been beaten by that same 4-0 scoreline. The Smith seals the win. How can that be, says Ross Montgomery. Well, that's an indication as to why. Smith posting the first ton-topping average of week 2 of Series 9. Great performance from him. Showed how to bounce back from defeat and picks up his first point. So the top 4 all now have 2 points. We did think it might start to go this way, and Mike Warburton is looking to build on his win over Smith earlier when he takes on Dennis van der Ende.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, UK, where week 2 of Modus Super Series 9 is already in full swing. We've had some one-sided affairs so far, 4 of them. Mike Warburton winning the first one, 4-1 against Justin Smith, and Dennis van der Ende, his opponent in this one, went down by the same scoreline to Andreas Harrysson. The other 2 matches have been 4-0s, involving Ross Montgomery, a win for the boss against Darren Barton on his debut and a defeat to Smith in the game before the break. So will Warby follow suit and be the first to get to 4 points before Harrysson takes on Barton? And based on what we saw from both players, I can't see any other outcome, Scott, to be honest. Can you?
Game on.
No, the numbers don't lie, and from what we've seen so far, you have to say, we're looking at a one-sided affair.
If he doesn't pick up pretty quickly today, Dennis, he will come to the end of the road.
140.
Too early?
$42.
Warby's focus on every throw is pretty impressive. To manage to...
100.
It just looks... His concentration when he goes to throw looks so much more than most, whereas most players, you look at them and, yeah, there's concentration there, but it's a different sort of
60.
concentration. Warby's looks very intense as he faces the board, gets in, sets himself.
Looks so simple, the throw, doesn't it, in contrast to what we were talking about with
41.
Justin Smith in the previous match. In fact, it was the Modus Super Series, or the incarnation before it of the Live League, where everyone really started to see Warburton's throw for the first time. He was a well-known player on the WDF circuit, but very rarely playing in front of cameras, and then suddenly people were seeing this throw, and top pundits in the game were going, that's one of the best throws in darts.
60.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, if you're a darts coach and you were teaching somebody how to throw, the way that the dart is held, the way that the arm is poised to release, it's everything that you would want to teach a new player.
160. $60. Dennis, you require 161.
Good start from Dennis. Not to be, he'll go back up.
97. Mike, you require 100.
Well, significant pressure put on this Warburton shot here. Will he go tops? He does tend to.
40. Dennis, you require 64.
Well, van der Ende has improved, no doubt about that. This first leg much better than anything we saw in the previous match, and that finish
Dennis
out of the top draw. Van der Ende with a surprise start, really. Takes the first leg.
Game on.
Takes it with the darts as well, which is good. You'll be happy that he's held his own throw. Maybe it's a sign that he's starting to settle in.
140.
Well, we were talking about that aesthetically pleasing throw of Mike Warburton during the first leg. And here's a closer look at the mechanics of it, Scott. That's just, as you say, exactly how you would coach a player, isn't it?
100.
Yeah, absolutely. Not that I have a coaching badge or anything, but that is the way that I would teach somebody. There's a slightly different
97.
movement and more of a flick of the wrist from... The wrist stays very much more upright from Warburton. It's just the flow of the throw is the movement of the wrist. But with van der Ende, it is a massive flick of the wrist. The wrist starts really way back. And that adds to the mechanics of the throw, which the more moving parts, the more problems you have.
It's maybe a slight issue with the
121
score there. Or maybe it's a little bit delay on the computer system. Slightly different to a more traditional darts venue. We have a referee on the stage, but no markers. That's all done digitally.
134. Mike, you require 64.
64. He's done this once today. Dennis van der Ende has done it once in this match, and now Warburton hits back with the self-same checkout.
Third leg, it's Dennis to throw first. Game on.
A nice 14 dart holder throw there for Warby.
56.
Following this one, Darren Barton's going to take on Andreas Harrysson.
60.
Just do think this group's going to really heat up as Tuesday and Wednesday go on. One of the four players who will be really focusing on winning the group is going to end up in Group C, of course. Justin Smith, having lost his first match, has averaged 100 to win his second. Mike Warburton dished out the defeat in the All-Welsh battle early on.
60. $57.
Non-travel visits all round. And in pops Warburton with the treble right on cue.
58.
Ready to pounce. Needs a second treble to leave a check out.
100.
Not sure whether attacking the same one was the right thing for Warby to do there, but he does tend to persevere on treble 20.
Yeah, very old school in his methods.
60.
On that occasion, Van der Ende had to persevere in order to try and leave a check out.
$45.
See there again, a really low dart, potentially blocking the target. Carried on that 60 bed to no avail. I might just have let a chance get away from him here, Warburton, unless he can, of course, clean up here. 136.
You wouldn't put it past him now, would you? He'll go down and take the 16. He likes the tops.
Dennis, you require 110.
So 110 now for Van der Ende. That's a good start. It's a good second dart.
78.
Not quite to beat with the third, but
40.
now showing a few more signs of promise. Van der Ende didn't get away with it that time, but we're now seeing a little bit more of what he's about.
Mike to throw first.
It's a breaker throw.
Will be getting that break he needs. Puts himself in pole position. In his second game, having won his first well.
60.
Ultra experienced here at the Super Series. We mentioned it earlier. He's going to play his 200th game later today. In almost 200 games, he's averaging around about 88. A very good standard.
100.
I spoke about win percentages earlier as well, Scott. Match win percentage for Mike Warburton of just under 60%. Andreas Harrysson, 71.
140.
Mighty impressive stat, that, from Harrysson.
91.
The Swede back next against Darren Barton. In fact, game 200 for Warburton will be against Harrysson. Van der Ende has left himself the biggest finish of all here.
140. Dennis, you require 170.
You would have believed that he could have done it. That's why he left it.
78. Mike, you require 61.
He's in touch, but you do fear for him. 36 incoming for Warburton. Now double 9.
43.
He's a little way away from that one, wasn't he?
92.
Yeah, it gives Van der Ende a chance that you maybe didn't expect to cancel out that breaker throw. Double 16 after going aggressive on the treble 20. And he gets it. Warburton's hard work undone. 2-2.
Fifth against Dennis.
It was unfortunate on the 110, wasn't he, in the previous leg, which Warburton took. So another impressive 92.
96.
I have to say, Van der Ende is starting to come to the party.
Yeah, it's a much improved display
60
from Dennis. Second appearance at the Super Series for him.
$123.
Just drifted into the treble one there.
$100.
Van der Ende did have a max in his previous game.
$81. 41.
Van der Ende has got Warburton thinking here. That's a shocking dart, because the way that his darts stick up.
96.
Nice recovery, though. Depending on what Warby does here.
100. Then it should require 105.
He's got 6 from here for the 105.
Well, we said there was only one outcome the way they played in their first matches, but now we have to consider the prospects of Dennis van der Ende
57.
getting the victory in this game. He's on 48 to lead 3-2. All Warburton can do now is apply maximum pressure.
140. Then it should require
Like a mini
48.
maximum pressure, that one.
It's a tap on the shoulder, isn't it? I'm there if you miss. And he has missed.
32. Mike, you require 60.
Oh, memory serves me right. He's hit this twice already today.
40.
Yeah, plenty of checkouts in that range between 60 and 70 already hit by Mike Warburton, but that one's missed. Met with a grimace. And that will be met with a similar expression by Dennis, because that
20.
was a golden opportunity.
It wasn't. The clientele he's with in Group
shot
A,
the fifth leg.
he cannot afford to be doing that.
Well, you mentioned earlier today the focus of Mike Warburton. There was a real snarl on his face as he approached that finish. Eyes piercing the dartboard.
60.
And he gets back the advantage. He's throwing for the match now, the Welshman.
96. $83. $43.
Warburton, although he hasn't had a good start to the leg, he's still got the throw, and double trouble visit here from Van der Ende would put the cat amongst the pigeons.
100.
Just keeps himself in contention.
$100.
He's going to need to find a treble to leave a check out first.
$42.
Well, his counting's good. We can see that.
Warby smelling blood here.
Switch to the 18s.
120.
Sometimes when you do that, when you're not aware, you had a little look at the score to see what he was on, then look back at the board. You can sidetrack your focus a little bit if you're not careful.
Yeah, it breaks concentration, doesn't it? And he's a man who
59.
really relies on that focus. You should know where you are before the visit, not during it. 74. He'll know what to do here. Single 20. And the double.
54.
But he can't quite double up on victories, not just yet. There is one last chance here for Van der Ende.
It would be a mighty big ask. Unless it happens too big.
41. Mike, you require 20.
Warburton comes back for 20 for the match.
Game
He makes no mistake whatsoever, Mike Warburton. He opens up his Group A campaign with 2 wins on the bounce. Nice little fist bump between the two after the match, and there with his 77. But Warburton with a business-like 83.66, 4 from 10 on his doubles. It's all about putting those 2 points on that Group A table for Mike Warburton. He heads off the stage a happy man. We head into a break, and when we return, we will be back with debutant Darren Barton taking on Andreas Harrysson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live here on the YouTube channel. Please subscribe if you want to watch all the live action and all of the fantastic content available, including historic action which features this man, Andreas Harrysson, of course, lifting the Modus Super Series trophy. A previous series winner, pocketing £25,000, and now looking to pocket 2 points against the Spartan, Darren Barton, on his debut, having come through the ADC qualification system, and that is open to anybody in the UK and Europe.
First
So if you fancy a chance of not just being here on a Saturday night to watch, but maybe playing on the stage, then do check out the amateur dart circuit and see if you can follow that pathway yourself. But Darren Barton is looking for a better result than his first match on the stage. He lost 4-0 to Ross Montgomry in it after a stellar start, where he showed plenty of promise. Ross became the boss and really did a job on Darren then. And Andreas Harrysson was shaking his head after a slow start against Dennis van der Ende, but really put things right to get a 4-1 victory in his opening match. This game 6 of 15 today. We'll be with you until around 2 p.m. And we'll see if anybody can kind of break 3 in this group, which is what Mike Warburton started the campaign towards by winning his first 2 matches. Harrysson looking to do the same here.
95.
Yeah, as we said earlier, there's going to be a little jostling here today amongst the 2 or 3 players to stay at the head of the group.
41.
So they actually clash. Sometimes these groups are decided by those players as they clash. We saw
58.
very similar last week. Darius missing out to Carl Wilson on legs difference for topping Group A.
180.
Andreas still went on
Require
and managed to win
150.
the week.
I wish I'd keep count. I might go back actually and do it, but the amount of legs where Harryson's been on a double after a dozen darts is getting
48.
ridiculous.
Andreas
This is
require
world-class
40.
stuff. 4 visits on a double,
Show the
hits it for a
first leg.
13 darter. What a
Andreas
start.
Harrysson. Second leg, it's Andreas to
Absolute
throw first.
filth from Dirty Harrysson.
I don't think he needs to feel lucky, does he?
60.
Unlucky there not to have found a treble. A little bit of light relief for Darren Barton, who is having the welcome of all welcomes.
60.
The fixture compilers weren't kind, were they? Ross Montgom in his first match, Andreas Harrysson in his second, and then Mike Warburton in his third.
180.
Andreas, 2 180s in as many legs here.
100. $43. $100. $140.
Well, not quite on a double after a dozen this time around, but still on a small finish, 78. One in which he will get a darter to double, barring a missed big
45.
number.
Andreas requires 78.
And he has missed a big number. Still will get a darter double, but it might only be the bull this time. Well, he's gone for the bull to set up rather
46.
than finish on the bull because Barton's not on a checkout. Sensible stuff from the Swede.
$40. Andreas require 32.
Barton's pace has increased as this match has gone on, but
Game on the
your
second
opponent
leg. Andreas
is doing
Harrysson.
things to you like this is a 17 dart leg. Backing up.
So leg, it's Darren to
13
throw
dart
first.
leg.
Game on.
And we know that 15 dart legs all the way through is 100 average. So you don't at home have to do the maths. Andreas is back up there on 100.2. And that is very difficult to contend with at the best of times. Let alone as your second game on a
41.
Monday morning. At a time that you usually wouldn't be playing and maybe would be at your place of work.
100.
I bet Darren Barton's wishing he was at work so far. 6 legs played, 6 legs lost. And he actually hasn't thrown too badly himself.
40. $138.
He's got himself into a good position in this leg. Harrysson not really at the races after a
167.
couple of stutters in his first 2 visits of this match. Gives Barton 6 starts from 167, minimum of 6 starts.
57. $100. Darren require 110. $74. $180. Darren, you require 36.
Harrysson just reminds him, is it enough?
Game shot the
It's
third
not.
leg.
Doesn't stop
Darren
him.
Barton.
Doesn't put him off, and Barton is off the mark for the day.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw.
Just trying to look back through the
Game.
archives. Obviously, I know that Darren's played for Sussex a bit, and obviously I've played for Dorset, and I was just having a little look, and
100.
2022-23 season, he did come to Dorset. Did Darren Barton and had a 4-2 win over one of our star men, Rob Martin.
42.
Harrysson again. Pounding that treble 20. Carries this on
95.
today. It'll be one second-hand dartboard going very cheaply with one section pretty beat up.
140.
He'll be feeling at home, won't he, considering the shirt that Darren Barton is wearing? It feels like one that Harrysson should be wearing himself. Blue, yellow, blue works out for Barton on this occasion.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Andreas Harrysson.
And there we can see
Like it's Darren to throw first.
where the problems are for Darren Barton. They are right there in that 103.37 from Andreas Harrysson on the averages.
140.
And that 1-2-1's got a special one for him, of course, isn't it? It's the checkout that he hit to win his Super Series title, although not that way.
140.
No, he hit the bullseye against Cam Crabtree. One that I did actually send a message to young Cam, my
60.
England teammate. And actually the message said, "You didn't lose that one, mate. Andreas went and won it."
Did a fine job,
100.
as well as a commentator and pundit at the recent Influencer Showdown here at the Super Series. That is available in full on the channel if you want a bit of fun and watch
121.
some interesting characters playing darts. Then tune in for that. He's after your job, Scott, by the way, Cam Crabtree, the way he put himself across
100.
on the microphone.
Yeah, he's far too good looking to be stuck in here in the commentary box. We need him front of house, you know what I mean? He's a good looking lad.
54. Andreas
Yeah, can't be putting him in the comms box. He's got to be a presenter or something. I'll be advising him of that in a couple of weeks' time when we're rooming together at the Europe Cup.
93.
A 161 won't be added to the 121, so 126 to stay alive here. 19s. Good guide for the treble. Can't find it. Harrysson on 68.
58. Andreas requires 68.
As is Darren Barton, but will he get a chance?
Back up top then.
Game
And away he goes again. Andreas Harrysson really is starting to open up his legs here and sprint away into the distance. What a match that was. Darren Barton has a wry smile on his face. And yeah, if you looked at those two there and you said which one's the Swede, you wouldn't say it was the one with the beard. But there's all the stats you need to know. 102.71 from Andreas Harrysson. 4 out of 5 on the doubles, being an 80% checkout rate. That's how you get those averages, kids, if you're watching at home. But we head off to a short break, and we will return with Justin Smith taking on Dennis van der Ende.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've had 6 games so far on Monday morning, as week 2 of Series 9 gets underway and got underway with a 4-1 win for Mike Warburton over Justin Smith. Ross Montgomery and Andreas Harrysson then both followed with emphatic wins. Smith then got his first victory 4-0 over Montgomery before Warburton and Harrysson doubled up with victories. And that win for Andreas Harrysson over Darren Barton saw him average 102.71, meaning he now has more ton-topping averages than anybody else in Modus Super Series history, more than even Luke Littler by 1, and he'll be looking to build on that. Steve West, Scott Taylor, John Henderson, Darryl Pilgrim, Tom Sykes and Andy Bolton making up that list, but 22 three-figure averages for Andreas Harrysson, who has won his first 2 matches, as has Mike Warburton. Justin Smith now looking to join that pair on 4 points. After turning around a slow start to his day, he takes on Dennis van der Ende, who was only on the stage 20 minutes ago, losing 4-2 to Mike Warburton, but it was an improved performance and maybe just some chinks of light for van der Ende in that one, Scott.
Yeah, very much so. I think there were some signs of how he's qualified and what he can do.
First leg, it's Justin to throw first.
Obviously,
game on.
Struggled a little in his first game, but he probably realises now. And here we go.
180.
180 for Justin Smith to open us up. He is in a group
90
with some very talented darters. And he's got to do a little bit less thinking.
99.
And a little bit more throwing with a bit of fluency. Stop thinking about what's going on with the other players and concentrate on yourself.
140.
And that's lovely from him at 140. Just settles him down in this game already.
58.
Sometimes as a player, when you take off with a 180, all that does is
58.
make your opponent play.
164.
And they tend to come with you. You just wake them up. So 164 here.
98.
Not going to go this time.
$57. Justin, you've required 66.
66 after 12. Double 18.
Game
That's
shot
a good 15 dart check.
Justin Smith.
For Smith, and a nice hold of throw to open up his match.
Second leg, it's Dennis to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, sort of carrying on where he left off. He himself actually averaged 100 in his win over Ross Montgomery. But what about that stat we saw before this match, Scott? Andreas Harrysson more 100-plus averages than anybody, even Luke Littler on the Super Series stage.
45.
Yeah, to do 100 shot outs for more than 12% of your games for the amount of games that he's actually played here. That is a standout stat alone. It really is. Something we would all love to have on our CV. Our darting CV, of course.
85.
Yeah, I think people think that
96.
100-plus averages sometimes hit all the time, but even the top pros are not hitting them that regularly.
140.
Van der Ende, though, putting a good leg together here.
60. Dennis, you require 47.
Double 16.
Game shot in the
1-1.
second leg. Dennis van der
Well, he's
Ende.
getting better and better game by game, Dennis van der Ende, and maybe
Third leg, it's Justin
we judged him
first.
on one
Game.
match. Sometimes first impressions don't count.
For me, I think the Smith pace of the game is suiting Dennis, and he's throwing a little bit quicker, and he was finding the accuracy
93.
a little bit easier Because when you throw a little bit quicker, you sometimes throw a little bit harder. So your trajectory of your dart changes and it flies a little bit flatter, and then it's more easy to judge where the dart is going. And we're definitely seeing a very more positive approach from Van der Ende here.
140.
That's a good point. Maybe that rhythm is helping, that speed from Smith.
98. Justin, you have a 104.
I've watched all the players. I don't think there's anyone particularly pedestrian, is there? They all get on with it.
52.
No, absolutely.
$60. Justin, you require 52. $20. Dennis, you require 150.
Close but no cigar, so Van der Ende has a chance here. Not now.
Did notice from seeing that close up there that he could do with giving his flights a squeeze, actually, Justin Smith.
Game shot on the third.
Managed to find that straight in the double. Yeah, it's something, isn't it? I mean, these days, a lot of players don't use the old-fashioned flights and don't have to worry about that kind of thing, but they can just flatten sometimes, can't they? And you're not getting the trajectory through the air that you should get.
I've tried explaining that to varying players down the years, and
57.
I've seen players flatten them out on purpose, not square them up. So because they prefer them to be like that.
100.
Perhaps they prefer it so that they don't really know where it's going to go. I don't know. It didn't work for me. My feng shui, it didn't work. I had to.
60.
It always gave me something to do as well, looking from behind the player. But as you say, the big trend at the moment is the solid plastic
100.
flights, which is, and you need a different case to carry them because obviously you can't squash them, otherwise they can bend like a propeller
93.
and they go through the air funny. So the last thing you want from that type of flight is a bend or a twist on each end. But
140.
the funny thing is that type of flight back when I started was like in the pub darts, so that they didn't break. And the pub didn't have to keep forking out for parts. Anybody to have a go on the darts for the dartboard. So, and now it's a regular occurrence. Everybody's using them.
60. Dennis, you require 151.
Well, an outside chance again here for Van der Ende. Becomes a better chance now. Treble 17. Tees up tops.
131.
Good effort.
Justin, you require 101.
I think it's safe to say that Van der Ende is definitely starting to get into the game here.
52.
Getting into the game, getting into the groove. Can he get into the double? Yes, he can. And we are really seeing an improvement game by game, leg by leg, even from Dennis van der Ende, who averaged in the 60s in his first match, in the 70s in his second. Now he finds himself in the 90s.
59.
There are times when you play in groups here where you do drop on somebody at a fortunate time for yourself and your progress in the group. And I'm sure now, looking at Van der Ende,
140.
The guys that have already played him will be thinking, well, yeah, I'm quite happy that I've already played him. I played him while he was a little nervous.
97.
A different character now, all of a sudden.
$35.
This misfortune of the drop dart turns into Van der Ende's fortune as he
140.
now
Takes
takes
140.
the darts from Smith. Really needs a ton here. That's an awkward one to get by.
41.
And that
Justin,
is
you require
probably
107.
the worst outcome from that he could have had.
Yeah, well, Smith's had a few on the floor. Van der Ende would have preferred that one on the floor, wouldn't he? Because he'd be on a 2-darter now rather than a 3.
99.
Does he go tops? No, he didn't. Frustrated.
33. Justin, you require 110.
Even the maths 79 going for the 13s. 1 in hand. Left himself something
92.
a little more awkward than if he'd gone for the 19s, which would have put him on a
66.
simple 2-dart finish. Single to double. Missed the board entirely.
And it all stems from that mistake, doesn't it, really? I don't know whether the 19, the dart that was already in there, was in the way, and that's why he went 13s, but
Justin Smith.
it created a downfall because he'd done all the hard work to take that leg, and then
6 flag, it's Dennis to throw first. Game on.
from the 99, had 6 darts and couldn't get himself a dart at the double.
That was a bit of a mess there for Dennis.
And those are the sort of moments that crucifies your good play, and then all of a sudden you start to
100.
self-harm between the ears and think negatively.
We haven't had a last leg decider yet today.
60.
Is Justin Smith going to avert one here?
43. 40.
It's Van der Ende's time to start having a few misdemeanors and bounce outs.
Yeah, anything that can go wrong is going wrong for Dennis
100.
in the last couple of minutes. But that goes right.
Keeps himself in touch. Smith has more or less turned the darts into his favour.
58.
A chance here from Van der Ende. If he hits one treble, you feel he could take the darts back. If he hits 2, he could take command of the leg,
80.
and now he's got another one on the floor.
Oh, that's a disaster, isn't it? Because even a single 20 is on 1-2-1. Much easier finish with only 1 treble required.
60. Dennis, you require 141. 60. Justin, you require
Again, there was an option there to go for the ball and leave himself 76 minimum. Another in there, though, for Justin Smith for double 16. Wow, what a way to win it. Well, it didn't matter what Dennis left because Smith took it out. A whopper of a finish to get the game won 4-2 and to pick up his second win from his 3 matches so far today. Justin Smith signs that one off in style. 86.16 is the closing average. Only a couple of points between him and Dennis van der Ende, but a couple of legs the most important, and it was won with that wonderful 140 checkout. Coming next then, Andreas Harrysson is hoping to remain perfect today. He takes on Ross Montgomery. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Andreas Harrysson is looking to make it a hat-trick. Strong start to the day for the Swede on his return to the stage where he had his biggest glory. He takes on Ross Montgomery, who's had contrasting results in his first two games. A 4-0 win against Darren Barton, followed by a 4-0 defeat at the hands of Justin Smith, who we just saw get himself to 4 points, level with Harrysson and Warburton. And if Ross Montgomery can see off the Swede in this one, then there will be 4 tied on 4.
Yeah, very similar to the thoughts we had while looking in our crystal ball there at the start of the day. Thinking that this could be a bit of a 4-way group here, and 2 will get cut adrift if they're not careful.
First leg, it's Ross to throw first.
That's
game
kind
on.
of happened.
It's the middle match of Monday here at the Super Series, and Ross Montgomery trying to be a match for Andreas Harrysson. He's unfortunate there not to have got a full house with his first visit.
It's something you have to do against this fella, because he keeps doing that to you.
Well, he averaged 102.71 in his first match today. His 22nd ton-topping average at the Super Series, now more than anybody else, eclipsing Luke Littler's record of 21. And he makes a perfect start to his third game
60
as he goes in pursuit of another. And I tell you what, if you looked at a Harrysson heat map, the darts would be shown as always in and around that treble 20 and scoring visits. So tightly grouped every time.
Yeah, I wonder if we could have a graphic like they do with the cricket, where they, on the bowling with the length ball and this, that and the other, and we could have a graphic of where the darts have landed, the 15 darts for a leg or something. That'd be really cool.
There is actually a practice aid, isn't there, where you can do that. You stick a sort of bit of paper over the dartboard, that where all the holes are is where you've hit. Mine are usually quite spread out.
57.
Some even miss the paper.
161.
The only time I've ever thrown at a piece of paper is generally when oh, here we go.
136.
You were going to say covered the ball, weren't you?
Yes, absolutely. Covered the bullseye, and you know pretty well with the bullseye whether you've hit it or not.
Andreas, you're required 25.
25 then for Harrysson as he looks to clean up the remainder, having missed the bullseye. But that dart at double 8 was about as far as he gets away from his target, and he put it right immediately by finding double 4.
To throw first. Game on.
Ross Montgomery's day is changing quite dramatically, isn't it? And quite quickly after that 4-0 first match, which he won. Hasn't won a leg since.
$41. $140.
Once again, Harrysson in the heat zone.
60. $41.
The other unbeaten player in the group is in action after this. Mike Warburton taking on
60.
Darren Barton.
$83. 28. Andreas, you require 137.
There was no real
97.
need to go for tops there, which is why he rather threw it conservatively at that target. Didn't want to miss the board entirely.
45. Andreas, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
Harrysson
Andreas Harrysson.
making light work of that one. 16 dart.
Third leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game
Leg and hold of throw.
Yeah, no doubt about who the boss is in this one, and it's Ross the Cross at the moment. The anger evident at the end of the previous leg and after the first dart. In fact, after all 3 darts that he's thrown in that visit.
I'm wondering if on the next game we might see a flight change and him return back
100.
his former flights. I don't know what he's got with him in his dart case, but
I thought you were going to suggest a flight change and he was on the next easy jet back to Scotland for a moment then, Scott.
120.
no, not at all. Ross likes to take in the countryside. I spoke to him earlier. He set off on Saturday to come down here. Come down through parts of the country he hasn't been before.
180.
Done a bit of a sightseeing tour, usually with wife Dorothy.
$79.
Well, it's one-way traffic in this one. Once again, Andreas Harrysson is in that 3-figure range.
100.
And once again, he's left that famous finish.
$83. Andreas, you require 121.
Not taken out this time, but he
81.
will leave himself once again on a double after a dozen.
$100. Andreas, you require 40.
Tops in for Harrysson and 3-0.
20.
A rare miss with 3 in hand from Andreas there. Montgomery has a realistic one here. Can he slide one underneath there? He's had to go across the oche. The answer is no. He'll hit the 16.
56.
But Harrysson
Andreas,
will
you
get
require
another chance
20.
at a double. This time double 10. That was inside. Oh, that was inside.
No
An
score.
opportunity,
Ross, you require
probably
40.
just 6 darts ago, Montgomery was not expecting.
Two tens. Big dart, big moment, big
Game
hit
shot on the third
for
leg.
Montgomery,
Ross Montgomery.
who finally ends the trend after 6 legs lost on the spin.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Even if he loses again, that itself will be a tonic, won't it? Just not to have been whitewashed twice in a row.
121.
Yeah, definitely. And
$121.
good recovery there from Montgomery. Ross planted one in the ones and then to hit 2
92.
treble 20s. Starts to put a doubt in Andreas's mind.
$100.
Ross has had a busy
44.
time recently. His son Scott got married a few weeks back.
Just noticed again A little bit of
100.
really visible frustration from Andreas Harrysson. It's something we've very, very rarely seen.
$68.
Again, shaking his head in the background.
140.
A little chat to himself.
Well, maybe he got out of the wrong side of bed this morning. Who knows?
21. Roger require.
He starts
40.
chatting to the speaker as well. We know that he's gone down the Richie Burnett
Yeah,
route.
did spend a week with Richie, didn't he, a fortnight ago? As did you.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
But Ross Montgomery
Ross
has
Montgomery.
worked his way back into this match.
Yeah, I have to say the speaker came into
Fifth
play
flag,
for
it's
me.
Ross to throw first.
That was a great
Game
moment.
on.
So that might make the series highlights, Scott.
Well, I was just asking the speaker what he said to his mate behind me to hit the
85.
146 against me. I think it was out or something. Yeah, it was a 146, yeah.
$180.
Well, he gave himself the pep talk, Andreas Harrysson, and it seems to have done the trick.
It certainly has. But even though kicking off with a 180 here, Ross has got the experience to know that as long as he hits a treble and
81.
stays close, you sort of weathered the storm a little bit.
Well, what's happening here? What is happening here? He's gone 180, 171 in his left 150. Now, he's done this before and gone for 3 bulls. Would he dare to do that again?
Depends where this one goes from Ross, I think.
137. Andreas, you require 150.
Oh, he did go for it.
Montgomery in the background going, yeah, I love it.
Well, I think he went for it anyway. It would have been the greatest 9-dart
127.
finish of all time, make no mistake about that. Montgomery kind of sees the funny side. He's even got the maths wrong in the end there, Harrysson, because he went for a treble 20 and a treble 18 to leave himself on 23.
58. Andreas, you require 23.
So it could have been a 9-darter.
15.
It's not even a
Russia
12.
require 140.
And Montgomery's got a chance here. He would love this. He would love this. It's on. Oh, he's got a flamboyant route himself. That is so close.
120.
What an exchange. What a
Andreas, you
leg.
require
What
8.
fun here at the Super Series.
Game shot on the 5th flag.
But it so often does.
Andreas Harrysson.
It goes the way of Andreas Harrysson. A bit of respect from the pair.
6th flag, it's Andreas
How
to throw
audacious was that,
first.
Scott
Game
Mitchell?
on.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, good stuff for a Monday morning, that's for sure.
100.
Monday morning antics, and Ross to go the tops. I mean, that is... He's as straight down the line as it comes. That one caught me out. That one did. I wasn't expecting that.
81.
And he almost managed to pull it off. That after, Andreas Harrysson went 180, 171 and attempted the bullseye for the 150. For the second time now he's tried that at the
140.
Super Series on a 9-dart attempt. He has hit a 9-darter, of course. Didn't go that route. There's 2 180s and 141, much more traditional, although it was treble 15 for his
60.
beloved double 18 on that occasion.
$100.
Almost broke the internet there, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. We're back to a bit of normality with this one.
Instead, just broke the throat.
100. Andreas, you require 161. 104.
Well, we could have seen something really remarkable, but it's going to be just a uniform win for Andreas
60.
Harrysson.
Andreas, you
57 to get it done.
57.
Yeah, double top then for 3 from 3. He's bent the wire.
37.
And not to be.
$100. Andreas, you require 20.
2 10s. And there it is. Harrysson gets the job done.
Andreas Harrysson.
It was a game rolled in glitter and almost had one of the most famous legs ever. Ross Montgomery just telling him, don't do that, don't do that. But Harrysson, well, I was going to say almost did, but the attempt at the bullseye wasn't really as close as he would have liked. Montgomery himself got in on the act when he nearly took out 140 with 2 tops. The pair, plenty of respect at the end of it, but the points go the way of Andreas Harrysson. The debrief will continue, but the victory is Harryson's, and it's a victory that takes him to 3 wins from 3. Again, another good performance, an average of 92.56. The story could have been so different. It could have all been about one leg, but in the end, it's the effectiveness of Andreas Harrysson in picking up wins, and he gets another one, 4-2 over Ross Montgomery. Coming next, hoping to join him with 3 wins from 3, Mike Warburton, who takes on Darren Barton.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and if you've just joined us, you missed quite an entertaining game, the last one between Andreas Harrysson and Ross Montgomery. A couple of little shot outs there that didn't quite come off, but made the game very interesting. But we head on to game number 9, and Mike Warburton taking on Darren Barton. Now, Warburton has won his previous outings, and another 2 points here would take him top of the table with Andreas Harrysson, who is on 3 wins from 3. Darren Barton, on the other hand, is still searching for his first win, the debutant. But I have to say he has got better with each game as it's gone on. So Warby could have a problem on his hands here.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Game on. Seems to be more settled on the stage the more times that he gets there, and that's the whole idea of here at the Super Series. And but Mike Warburton, a season campaigner here, will be
100.
Just thinking 2 points, 2 points, 2 points. He will want to get this game done and dusted. Get up there to the top of the table again.
Yeah, you do have to sympathise a little bit with Darren Barton. First match he plays the ultra experienced Ross Montgomery, loses it 4-0. His second game is then against the former champion in Andreas Harrysson, who sticks in a ton-topping average against him. And now his third is against Mike Warburton, who started the day perfectly. Qualifying is one thing, but then once you're on that stage here at the Super Series, it's a whole different ball game, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. And also you find Darren Barton on match number 3 here in his Super Series career. And Mike Warburton on match 199. So at opposite ends of the scale as far as experience here inside the Live Lounge building.
Well, speaking of 9, I felt on good authority at the end of that match. We saw a little debrief between Ross Montgomery and Andreas Harrysson that Ross was actually advising Andreas against doing that in future, against going for the 3 balls. Obviously, Harrysson wanted a slice of history, but Montgomery is as old school as it gets, and he said, look, mate, you almost lost the leg. You shouldn't be doing silly things like that.
Yeah, that's the Ross we know and love. Absolutely.
59.
Second time he's tried it, that Andreas Harrysson. The 9 darter on 3 bullseyes.
100.
We've seen Connor Scott attempt similar as well.
$60. Might you require 80?
Simple shot for Warburton here. In fact, with time on his side, he's gone a 16s route and he's pulled it off perfectly. Fantastic. Unorthodox, but effective. 1-0.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game.
It must make Barton feel that, what have I got to do here to win legs? These guys are, having just watched the last game
100.
and the 3 bullseyes attempt from Andreas and Ross attempting the 2 tops on a 140.
58. $121.
When Binks, our referee today, it's been making him think a little bit with these directions of
100.
trying to win legs. You forget about the referees having to try and work out where they're off to and what they're doing, because obviously there are routines that we have as dart players that you go for finishing and you don't have to count. You just basically trying to throw in a sequence of sections. And of course, they know what those sections add up to. So when you then start moving around the board to a different board, sometimes they're having to calculate scores that they may never have calculated before.
Yeah, they don't get enough credit, the referees. In fact, looked very proud of himself there, didn't he? But yeah, the 127, for example, that he called immediately after Harrysson went for those 3 balls wouldn't be something that was on his agenda, particularly because Harrysson miscounted in that visit and left himself an odd number.
Yeah, and you as a referee have to know that he's miscounted and he's left the wrong number.
Darren, you require 106.
And sometimes you can hear it in the tone of the referee's voice that they call the number in a slightly different tone because they know they've left something they didn't mean to.
Maybe calling game shot here. What a moment that is for the Spartan, Darren Barton, who produces a sizable shot, respected by his opponent, and that is something for the highlight reel for him.
Yeah, welcome to the Super Series. Darren Barton, you are well and truly here, my friend. You are well and truly here.
100.
And that could just totally change his outlook as well. Suddenly he feels he can compete. Suddenly he feels part of it. And that could prove to be a handful for Warby.
41.
Yeah, those moments give you a big lift in general. It gives you a bit of confidence. A bit of sort of feel that you should be here, that type of thing.
$42.
At the moment, though, it seems to have put him off. He's trying to relive it.
160 checkout, followed by 41 and 42.
Yeah, of all the experience in the room
60
that he's looking around at, you know, the Harrysons and he's done the biggest top shot of the day so far. He's eclipsed them all.
60.
I'm sure we'll talk more about that Andreas Harrysson 9-dart attempt at the end of the day, and I'm sure you'll all talk about it beyond that, but just a thought that occurs to me is one of the most understated, unassuming darts players to have tried such a flamboyant thing twice. It's quite remarkable.
Yeah, he comes across as the biggest risk that Andreas would ever take is to walk around with his shoelaces undone. You know, he's that sort of person. Yeah. Although quiet, he still has, as we've seen on the dartboard, one hell of a character.
I'll get a second look at that if you get a chance later on. If you missed it, well, so did he.
41. Like you require 82.
Bullseye for Warby. Maybe here. You'd expect him to go that route. $67 left, but no need to take it out. So won't go for the ball with his last dart.
50.
Just lays up instead.
$95. Mike, you require 32. Game shot on the third leg. Mike Warburton.
A 2-1 lead for Warburton. The other thing I must say about Harrysson in that attempt is he must have been thinking about that after 3 darts, because otherwise why would he have gone for the 3 treble 19s on his second visit?
Oh yeah, definitely premeditated, but then
100.
if you've done the 9-darter here the normal way, you want to go and do something different, don't you? It's just, you know, change it up a little bit.
$95.
Montgomery will be back on stage in the next match, taking on Dennis van der Ende, like Barton, without any points so far.
100. $45.
Coming up with these moments, isn't he, from time to time? The 160 checkout earlier in the match, the 180 there to get him down to a makeable shot.
$140. Darren, they require 121. $85.
Well recovered there with the last dart. Well, the 36 would have been his preferred route. It was the one he had to go.
100. Darren, you require 36.
It's a big adjustment here.
Game shot on the fourth.
Gets there in the end.
Darren
Levels the
Barton.
match here with Mike Warburton. Barton definitely in this game.
Fifth leg, it's
Interesting
Mike to
enough
throw
there, when
first.
Barton went
Game
for
on.
that double, he kind of changed his pace of throw. Threw a little bit slower, but still achieved to hit with the last dart.
180.
Right, Mike. Where are you going to go with darts 4, 5 and 6?
41.
I don't see him going the 171 route. I really don't.
Oh. 140.
I think the expression on his face made you feel that he was thinking of the 9.
Well, I think
he's still thinking of the 9, even though it's gone.
I think he was going to prove Ross Montgomery's point for him there, wasn't he?
99.
Yeah, definitely. It was. He definitely had the 9 on his mind, that's for sure.
60.
The approved route almost paid off for Mike Warburton, but he does leave himself on the Harrysson, the 1-2-1. Won't need to take it out because Barton isn't going to be anywhere near finishing range.
41. Mike, you require 121. $97. $95. Mike, you require 24.
Double 12 for Warburton then.
Game shot on the fifth flag. Mike Warburton.
Not a problem. Easy as baking bread.
Sixth flag, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Well, Darren Barton not quite toast yet.
180.
But is he going to go with darts 4, 5 and 6?
140.
Yeah, he's going for the boring 9-darter as well.
But
he might get it.
180. $100. Darren, you
We'll be
require
keeping him more than honest.
141.
Well, he got as far as Andreas Harrysson did. He's actually too good there. He didn't intend to hit the bullseye. He won on the 25. But that would have been some moment on debut, wouldn't it?
A mighty, mighty moment. He's got to get that out of his head now and finish this off. Send it back to 3-3.
And you require 11.
Yeah, don't let that arm wobble and miss the big number here. It's exactly what's happened. You can still rescue it, fortunately. On double 2. Well done.
Game shot on the sixth flag.
3-3.
Darren Barton.
For the first time today, we go the distance.
Yeah, nice.
7th and final leg, it's
12
Mike to throw first. Game on.
dart hold of throw. But you know, with Warby, he's going to be coming straight back at you.
180.
Fifth 180 of the match. It's turning into a 180 fest.
Everyone wants perfection.
45.
Well,
85.
having slipped up there, it just gives Barton an outside chance, but he's going to need a maximum. And that's not going to happen. Warburton closing in on what would be a third straight win from as many matches.
81. $60. $100.
Well, we'll be looking for another one of those.
100.
Not to be this time round, but with Barton back on 275, he'll be feeling it's almost job done. Unless Barton popped up with a 180.
82. Mike requires 76.
And there it is. A hat-trick of victories for Mike Warburton. That one sealed with a nice clean kill of that 76. And it's been a good performance all told, despite the brilliance of Barton, who threatened a perfect leg with 6 perfect darts in it. He also took out 160, the moment of the day for him, but he couldn't turn it into a victory because Mike Warburton was simply so good. An average of 96, 4 out of 5 on the doubles, and 3 wins from 3 for Warby. He'll return for his 200th game against Andreas Harrysson very soon, but before that, Barton will play Smith and vande will take on Ross Montgomery.
So, welcome back to the live lounge, and this is what's been going on so far today. Warburton, a nice 4-1 win there, and as you can see, he's had 3 wins. It's been another good day and start for Andreas Harrysson with his wins along, and that culminates in the table looking like this. Andreas Harrysson and Mike Warburton top the table on 6 points. Justin Smith there in 3rd, Ross Montgomery in 4th, and the 2 lads at the bottom yet to open their account in the form of Barton and vande. So as we move on to our next match, it's vande is taking on Montgomery. We've seen improvements from vande after his initial start. He looked a bit nervy in the first game, but seems to have played a lot better since. So we wonder what vande is going to turn up in this one. And Montgomery, after a 4-0 win earlier in the day, then went down 4-0 and had a very entertaining third game with Andreas Harrysson, where
it's Dennis to throw
Harrysson
first.
tried to
Game on.
do the 9-darter on 3 balls, left with 150, and then, like a back at you babe moment from Montgomery, he hit a treble 20 and went for double top for the 140 shot. A very entertaining game.
Yeah, Andreas Harrysson almost achieving godlike status in darts with that 9-dart attempt.
180.
And then we saw another 9-dart attempt from Darren Barton in the next game. But Ross Montgomery went all headmaster on him at the end of the match, didn't he? You're not the Messiah, you're a very naughty boy.
96.
Well, a lot will be saying that, you know, the real 9-darter is obviously 167, 167, 167, and ironically hitting the 3 balls, but in 3 separate visits.
Now, something special like that will be seen, and I think this is probably the most likely place for it to be seen.
I agree, because of obviously with having 5 games or 4 games in a session, yeah, this is the most likely place you'll see it. You're not going to kind of have that opportunity playing elsewhere.
70.
But who knows? Connor Scott is one who is determined to do it the 3 bullseyes way. And I believe he has done it in practice. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think I've been told that he has done it before in practice, the 9-darter that way.
I think Mensa Suljovic in a Super League match has once hit the 3 bullseyes in separate visits, the way you just alluded to. I don't think it was 167, 167, 167. No, I think it was a different combination. 164 on offer here, but that's not going to go.
92.
Yeah, Bobby George, the statistician, told me how many ways there are to hit a 9-darter on one occasion a few years back. I can't remember.
I think there's more than 3,000, aren't there?
Yeah, I think it's 3,100 and something, he told me. It varies, variations of being able to hit a 9-darter.
Double top.
Game shot on the first.
In it goes. Vande takes the lead against Ross Montgomery, whose day has kind of turned from so bright and promising to a bit troubling now. He won his first match 4-0 against Darren Barton, but he's still stuck on 2 points. And vande, you noted quite early in the day, it started to pick it up as the day's gone along.
41.
Maybe he's going to run into him at the wrong time here.
131.
Yeah, he's just throwing more positively. He looks to be throwing the dart a little harder. I think if we went back to the first game and had a little clip of that, he wasn't quite throwing so rhythmically. And then when you're not using the pacer throw, you
140.
throw a little bit softer. So the muscle memory disappears a little bit because you're not throwing at the same pace.
60. $100. $60.
Ross looking to level. I'd love to find a treble just to give himself a little bit of breathing space in this leg.
60.
Can't manage it. That was a bit of a deflection as well.
$60. Russia require 160. $100.
I think Montgomery went for tops at last start there. Just a safe go at it. Seems to be catching.
97. Russia requires 60.
Old dog's new tricks.
$40. Then it should require 93.
No room at the inn.
Could have gone the bullseye route for 93 and got himself back at the ball, but
61. Russia required 20.
recovered nicely there to the 32. So it's Montgomery now for double 10. We saw him having to slide across the oche earlier to hit this one with 2 in the way.
10. Dennis, you require 32.
Real frustration now for Montgomery. And that will be compounded if Van der Ende can land double 16 or 2 double 8s.
16. Russia require 10. Game shot on the second leg. Ross Montgom.
Nobody misses 5s. And Ross duly doesn't there.
Then I gets Dennis to throw first. Game on. $140. $60.
When you do change equipment, even though it's a slight tweak sometimes, it does take a time to get used to the new
100.
flight path of the dart. Change of flight. Obviously, the smaller the flight, the less drag through the air as it heads towards the board. So it does change the parabolic arc of the throw. Well, only a slight tweak for Ross Montgomery.
140.
He was telling me in practice it works better. I'm a little bit dubious when the match situation comes along.
77.
When you're practicing, you're throwing with a bit of freedom, and a change of equipment is kind of a little bit easier because you're not under pressure and sometimes can work. You never really know what it's going to do to you until you get
31.
in a pressurized match situation.
$60. Dennis, you require 90. Game shot on the third leg. Dennis van der Ende.
Nice little 90 check out for van der Ende there.
Fourth leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game.
He's definitely starting to settle in. He goes 2-1 up here. Oh, Ross Montgomery, but Ross Montgomery, there's nothing too much to worry about yet. The season campaigner will know. Pretty much gone with the darts thus far. But he would also know if he's to win this game, he's got to break him at some point, and he's running out of chances to break Van der Ende.
140.
And the start of the day with a big smile on his face, Ross Montgomery, but it's gone a little bit sour from there. Really wants to turn it around in his last couple of matches. They're against Dennis
180.
and Mike Warburton. That will make him feel a little better.
$91.
Scoring's been decent enough
97.
from Ross Montgomery. 2 180s now in the match.
$100. Russia require 84. $72.
It's been the finishing, hasn't it, that's been the problem.
You require 170.
Yeah, not quite to be. This would be a mighty, mighty finish, but it's not going to be. It's not going to go that way.
56. Russia require 12.
So double six it is for Montgomery to level it up. Now the dodgy double three.
6.
He really couldn't have
Finish
got any
required,
closer.
140.
Can't believe it's not in there. That in turn offers Van der Ende a chance at this 114 and double 18 incoming. And as you say, Murph, it's the doubles that have been causing the problem for Montgomery.
Yep, he's missed
Like
an
it's Dennis to throw
unlucky
first.
13 at the outer ring. And Van der Ende, in contrast, a 50% strike rate in that department. That tells the tale perfectly.
57.
Yeah, a wry smile from Montgomery, but deep down he's hurting.
$140.
Well, therein lies the difference, Scott.
60.
Yeah, there's your double check out stats, and 1 from 14 for Montgomery. He will not be pleased with that.
By contrast, Van der Ende will be very happy.
98.
And he's a player, we've looked at his stats historically when he was here before and again today. He's pretty much an 85 average man, isn't he? So he's going to need a check-out percentage in that range to get points.
Yes, he is, and a win here will lift him off the bottom of the table
57.
and give him his first points of the day.
When I say 85 average man, I mean that seems to have been the kind of ceiling of his game.
58.
That's his top level, based on the evidence that we've seen.
$100. $39. Russia require 106.
Yeah, that bounce out he did not want. Offers Montgomery the 106.
He's got that wrong. He's lucky there. They didn't end up busting that. He tried to take out 116 rather than 106.
38. Russia require 10.
Well, he hasn't realised, but he will go for the double five. He's already hit it in the match.
$6. Dennis, you require 100.
And having missed all those doubles already in the game, he's really put himself in a bad position here.
59. Russia require 4.
He's had time to control himself now.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Ross
Julie
Montgom.
hits the double 2. Still finds a little moment
Ross to throw first.
for a wry smile. It's a breaker throw, and he's now not out of this game. Just a hold throw here to go 3-3. Maybe having him relax a little was that little moment was what he needed.
85.
He managed to miss more darts at double after throwing at the wrong one in that previous leg. But Dennis, this is a problem for him. His double stats didn't change because
60.
He didn't get down to one. His scoring generally hasn't been up with the rest of the players.
$125.
Well, that will only go down in the ton plus column, but it is another 2 treble turn for Ross Montgomery. He's getting plenty of those.
97. $60. $23.
Treble there for a vande, but not the desired one he was looking for.
$57. $95.
Montgomery still in command here, but we'll need a treble to stay in command of the leg, and he's not quite finding it.
60.
Is there a chance here for Van der Ende to put this game away? He needs to find a treble himself to get down to a makeable finish. Doesn't get even down to any finish. Well, it's still on if he fancies doing it now.
28.
Well, now there is hope of victory in this leg. Montgomery may only get a dart at the bullseye here.
Russia require 86.
Super visit from Van der Ende there. Montgomery knows it was his mistake. And in these moments, you have to start thinking, I got myself in it. I can get myself out of it.
53.
Having missed all those darts at double,
45.
hitting the bullseye was never likely. Dennis Van der Ende may be about to bring an end to his losing streak. And he does. Sneaks it in the corner and gets the victory over Ross Montgomery. But he knows how he lost that game. 17 missed darts at double. The reason for his defeat. But you have to give credit to Dennis Van der Ende for taking advantage of that. And in fact, hitting exactly half of his double attempts to get the win. A 4-2 win over the Scot Ross Montgomery. 114, the highlight for the Dutchman in that one, and he picks up his first points of the day. Darren Barton hoping to do the same when he takes on Justin Smith after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're going to see if Darren Barton can follow in the footsteps of Dennis van der Ende, who won his first match, or won for the first time, in his previous game against Ross Montgomery. The Spartan Barton looking to follow suit against Justin Smith, who himself is looking to join Andreas Harrysson and Mike Warburton at the top of the table on 6 points. That duo unbeaten and will play in the match that follows this one.
It's Darren to throw first.
But first, it's a battle between Barton and Smith.
$96.
Barton coming through the ADC qualifiers. What have you made of him so far at first look, Scott?
177.
I know that he's got a game in him. I think it's one of those debutants who is going to sort of flow into the week, I think.
120.
I'll have to learn here in Group A. But as with van der Ende, he's been getting better with every match. I'm feeling more comfortable with every match.
126.
Well, this is some start from Justin Smith. Every single dart that has scored points in this leg has hit a big treble. He's thrown 8 darts in big trebles, and the other one bounced out. What a leg. 10 darter. What a start from Justin Smith.
10 darter with one on the floor.
Second leg is Justin.
Impressive indeed, and
game on.
Not a lot Darren Barton can do about that.
60.
Yep, his average just came down by 21 points from that visit.
Yeah. He was on a monster average, wasn't he, there on that first leg with the 10 darter? Up in the region of 150.
Well, he's at it again.
180.
I don't know what cuisine is being served up in the practice room today, but it's certainly bringing out the best in them.
180. $57.
Let's not forget Barton himself also had a potential 9 darter, didn't he? Earlier on, he threw back-to-back 180s.
$140. $22. Justin, you require 64.
Double 16 then.
32.
For a 2-0 lead, but he will be back. Barton will be looking for a 140 here.
60. Justin, you require 32. Game shot on the second leg. Justin Smith.
Second leg done and dusted for Justin Smith. That was in 16 darts.
Game on.
Yeah, you do really have to be a little bit sympathetic towards Darren Barton when you look at the averages thrown against him today. Montgomery beat him 4-0 with a 90 average pretty much. Then 102 and change from Harrysson. 96 from Warburton. Now someone's sticking an average of pretty much 110 against him.
Yeah. You can understand 45. If he felt a little bit woe is me after today.
Baptism of fire
140.
On his Modus Super Series debut.
I think the one thing that I can say is that he doesn't look out of place here. That's the thing for me.
30. 81. $60.
Manoeuvring across the hockey to try and find a way into that treble 20 bed, and he's successful in doing so, Justin Smith. This game could be over in the blink of an eye.
When Justin Smith is hot, he is white hot, isn't he? He's a force to be reckoned with against anybody.
84. Justin, you require 80.
Probably looking, I was about to say,
Darren,
top
you
left.
require 142.
Just over the top.
$56. Justin, you require 40. Game show on the third leg. Justin Smith.
Super stuff from Justin Smith, who did
Fourth leg, it's Justin to throw
make
first.
reference to that final. He
Game.
lost out to Tom Sykes in the previous series, missing a couple of darts to defeat him and book his spot at Champions Week. There's a
97.
determination from him to make sure he gets there this time around. We already have a name there, of course. Darius Labanauskas, who I think it's fair to say is the type of player who should
60.
be making Champions Week. So he's definitely one of those that's capable of being on the pro circuit, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And
100.
nearly just stepped off it. He will be one of the favourites going back to Q School to get his card back. And
140.
we did touch on it on Saturday night that possibly it would be his last chance to be at a Champions Week.
100.
Probably the same could be said for Andreas Harrysson as well.
$40.
And there'll be a lot of players hoping that the next Champions Week is their last, but these days, thanks to
57.
the Super Series, ADC and the like, there is still plenty of darts, plenty of opportunities for those who don't hold those sought-after
57.
tour cards.
Justin, you require 147.
It's the big debate at the moment, the 65 to 128.
60.
And with a card, are they better off not having one? Are they better off being able to play ADC, WDF, Modus Super Series?
43.
And that's
Justin,
one of
you
those
require
debates that I
87.
don't see an end to. I think it's just going to continue to roll on.
Well, this match may come to an end if Smith can bag the ball. Not quite,
44.
but Barton on an outsider.
Darren, you require 161.
Had a 160 in his previous game, but the 161 was beyond him. And Smith can put the match beyond him here. 11 for double 16. And Smith seals it. Emphatic in victory. A win that sees Smith go level on points with the two at the top, Andreas Harrysson and Mike Warburton. In fact, he splits the difference between the pair of them in the league table after a really polished performance. 96.97 the average. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Really good stuff from Smith. And he finds himself sitting in second place on the same points as the so far unbeaten Harrysson and Warburton, who are going to do battle after the break.
Game shot the 4 flag. Andreas Harrysson.
Warburton comes back for 20 for the match. He makes no mistake whatsoever, Mike Warburton.
A landmark match for Mike Warburton. Game 200 at the Live Lounge for the Welshman. What an opponent to play in. Such a big game for him. Andreas Harrysson, of course, a winner of the Modus Super Series title. Warburton really wanting to get his hands on that coveted trophy himself. But 200 up here, and it's on a day where he's managed already to win his previous 3 matches, and to make the occasion even more special, so is his opponent. So that will change for one of them. Will it be Warby marking the occasion with a 4th win from 4, or will Harrysson pull clear at the top of the table as he bids to go through the card today? Big match, regardless of the landmark. And the way we've seen both of these players play so far today, I expect it to be pretty decent as well.
Yeah, this is probably the game of the group that we were looking at when we started the day. This could have been the game we felt that would dictate who may be top overnight.
83.
And the crystal ball has come good. Could be a cagey, nervy affair to start with. 41. Both will know the importance. Warburton's probably
60.
Focus, and won't realise that it's his 200th match until we tell him afterwards or somebody contacts him.
140.
As players, we don't worry about things and landmarks like that. It's all about the next game and doing one's best to win it.
85.
Both will be very aware of how well one another have played today.
60.
Facial expressions from Warburton are always towards the board.
95.
So the opponent
160.
never sees them. He walks to the board normally, but the facial expression that we can see on camera will and would, if his opponent could see those, give things away. He's a
78.
Clever man on that front.
$38. Mike, it requires 60.
Andreas won't be happy with that. I'm sure there'll be a bit of head shaking from him on that front, particularly if Warburton hits this.
20.
Because he feels from 78, Andreas, that he should have been getting a dart at it. He's dodged a bullet. And now his aim has to be sharp.
30.
So having dodged the bullet,
40.
He's now missed with his own shooter.
Well, after all the big build-up, Scott,
30.
This match is a bit of a mess, isn't it?
Well, I did say that this could be a bit of a nervy affair to start off with.
Game shot on the first.
In double 5, Harrysson leads. Hangs on to his throw, I think, is the best description for the way it was won.
Mike to throw first. Game on.
We saw this in the very first match of the day, in fact, didn't we, for Andreas Harrysson? He won the first leg in a similar amount of darts. It was 22 on this occasion.
40.
Shook his head, and then suddenly he was on a double after 12 darts in every other leg.
$60.
Well, it seems that Warburton has took the initiative here with a 140. It really was a good opportunity to break throw for him in the last leg, and he probably, right down to the double, had done everything that he was looking to do. To Harrysson.
40.
Last time he was here at the Super Series, Mike Warburton lost out in a final to Adam Paxton. I mentioned that to him in his interview before today's
60.
play started. He reminded me that the time before that, he lost out in a final to Andreas Harrysson, which suggests that's something he hasn't forgotten and wants to settle the score.
100.
It is something you do as a player, I can assure you. There are some sort of player runs, probably if you're winning, if you beat a player 2, 3, 4 times on the trot, you kind of don't really notice it. But the player that you've beaten does. And 9 times out of 10, they won't mention it to you until they've actually got you. And they go, oh, you beat me last 4 times in a row. And because you've won, you've got no idea that that was the case. Particularly if there's gaps in between the games that you play each other.
60.
Of a period of time. But yeah, it's 12 darts for Andreas Harrysson. He's on 260. It's a more than unusual leg
60.
for the Swede. And
game shot on the second leg. Mike Warburton.
We've been talking about Andreas Harrysson breaking
against Andreas
records
to throw
today.
first.
More
Game.
ton plus averages than anybody else at the Super Series, going ahead of Luke Littler in that department. He could be breaking the record for his own worst performance here.
60.
the harder he's trying, the worse it's getting, isn't it?
$100.
Is the Swede turning into the turnip?
Well, that's a lot better.
140. $100.
What has been interesting and really noticeable today, actually, is that Andreas Harrysson has turned up from day one in recent trips to the Super Series. Often Monday's been a bit of a write-off. Don't know if there's been any change in his preparation, whether he came a day earlier or whatever, but he just has seemed to have been on it from the start today.
Yeah, preparation here is something you have to get right as part of this
135.
whole thing. What you do away from the live lounge here to prepare yourself in the correct manner. We know Neil Duff goes off for walks in the evening so he doesn't fall asleep too early in the evening. And
97.
varying people have varying things that they do to get it right.
Game shot in the third leg. Andreas
Better
Harrysson.
from Harrysson. Harrysson does tend to do
Fourth
a
leg,
bit
it's
of
Mike to
walking
throw first. Game.
as well when he's not playing in and around town.
$100.
A lot of players find that, particularly with this session, if you go back and have a sit down or whatever and an afternoon siesta, it then stops you sleeping in the at night, at the perfect time to sleep, and then you find yourself awake a lot earlier, and like most of the guys are in by 8 o'clock in the morning
60.
to start their preparations before they play. You have to take into account the preparations whilst not in the building.
140.
Well, I'm sure both of these players walked out of that practice room and said to each other, we're going to have a great game. Maybe it will yet warm into one. That's the first maximum of the match.
57. Mike, you require
And
161.
it gives Michael Warburton 2 visits from 161.
90. $37. Mike, you require 71.
Tops the target.
51.
Not found, and it just
Andreas,
opens
you
the
require
door.
167.
What would you call a 167 an open door?
Absolutely not, when the first one's a 5. What's interested me about this one is I don't think Andreas is playing the pace
45.
that he's been playing
Mike,
previously
require
today.
20.
I think Warburton's a little bit slower. Not slow in any way, shape, or the form, but he's very deliberate at what he does. And I don't think Andreas is playing and wandering up and throwing with the freedom
22.
and the speed that he definitely did in the Montgomery game.
$70. Mike, you require 10.
Answers on a postcard. Scott. Oh, he's going for 2 treble 15s there to leave himself 32, but he's doing
James on the
himself out of
flag.
a shot, isn't he?
Mike Warburton.
15 would have left him 107, so a single 15
Fifth flag, it's Andreas to throw first.
would have
Game on.
mean he would shot across for a treble 19 for the ball. I think that was the idea of that.
Problem is when he's hit the treble.
Exactly right. You've hit the nail on the head. He had to hit another one. He went for 2 of them to try and lead the 32. So, and as you can see, he's still squirrely in his head all over about it. Stood behind Warburton there. We are seeing emotion from Andreas that we haven't seen here before.
100.
Still wondering what kind of reaction we would have got from him had he hit the 3 bullseyes at the end of the 9-dart attempt. Doesn't
80.
kind of grab you as a type of player who'd jump around the stage.
$125.
There was a wrestling team called the Head Shakers, and they did have beards and big hair.
140.
Andreas is just missing the big hair to be a wrestler.
Well, he's been on the ropes in this match, but he might still win it. He's finding the right thing at the right time. The odd oasis of excellence in what has largely been a desert of dross.
60. Andreas requires 75.
I think should he hit this 75? 24 now.
Game show on the 5th.
He'll be looking at the scoreboard at 3-2, thinking, "How am I here at 3-2 with the way that I've played?"
It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes better to be a lucky general, isn't it?
I've got a county manager that said that to us yesterday. Don't forget, lads, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And 9 times out of 10, he is absolutely right. It's better to take your luck and take your chance. It's easier to do that at times than it is to be damn good.
I just didn't see this coming. Both players playing at such a high standard all day, and then they both drop to the low 80s at the same time.
60.
So whoever loses is really going to be kicking themselves.
I think it's a sign that they've targeted each other as each other's problem. And so when you actually get to the game, like you say, it's not always that swashbuckling affair that you expect it to be.
Yeah, the rest of the day, they've played the dartboard. In this match, they've played the player.
Yeah, absolutely perfectly put.
180.
Well, plenty of those today. This is day 1 of week 2 of Series 9.
47.
And already 25 180s. The two in this match both been hit by Mike Warburton, who looks likely to level it up and force a decider.
Yeah, 25 180s, but 13 of them have been hit by this pair today.
100. Mike, you require 101.
I just wonder if we will see a gear change if we do go the distance in this one.
69. Andreas, you require 154.
Oh, could good gear change happen now?
Got the treble 18 out of the way, but could not find the treble 20. So Warburton with 3 darts in hand. And double 16 needed. Double 8. And the kicking begins. He'll be kicking his own shins as he watches Andreas Harrysson take aim at the 60.
Open season on this for Harrysson. A chance to go top of the table outright on his own.
50.
And he's fluffed his lines.
8.
Both men squandering chances. And a game that has not lived up to the billing. But it does have drama. And it does go the distance.
Mike Warburton.
Maybe the kind of group, you know,
It's Andreas to throw first.
that is determined by who wins these types of matches. All well and good flexing your muscles and getting those comfortable victories, but sometimes it's the ones you grind out that make the difference.
Yeah, very valid point, mate. And like you say, it's not that it's been without drama. It could have been filmed in the East End, this.
All square between Harrysson and Warburton, both players having won their first 3 matches of this group.
60.
Is it going to be a case, Merv, that whichever one loses this is going to be disappointed? Because it hasn't been a standard that's away from them, has it?
To be honest, I think even
140.
the winner might be a little disappointed at the way they've played compared to the rest of the day. They'll be happy with the points, of course. I'll mark it down as one they got away with rather than one that they won.
100.
Making sure he gets his full quota of points there, Mike Warburton.
$135. $100. Andreas, you require 70.
So Andreas it is once again. Double 16 to take the all-important win.
Mike, you require 140.
Once again, it escapes him, but this would be a mighty ask from Warburton.
I did just wonder if one moment of magic was going to win it.
105.
But Harrysson returns.
Andreas, you require 60.
To maintain the perfect day. And he gets it. A 4-3 success over Mike Warburton in a game that didn't get off the ground, in truth. Both players had won all of the matches in the build-up to that one. But it's Andreas Harrysson who makes it 4 from 4. He really had to work hard for it. The pair kind of played each other. It was a real battle. 4-3. Harrysson winning that one. Darren Barton takes on Dennis van der Ende after the break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Match starts to put his team into the final.
Game
And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Andreas Harrysson beat Mike Warburton 4-3 in what was Warby's 200th match on the Live Lounge stage, and that puts him in an exclusive club which includes the very first champion Conan Whitehead, Robert Thornton, Sebastian Białecki, Andy Bolton, Scott Taylor, also a series winner, Colin Osborne, Steve West, but they'll all take some catching to Neil Duff, who's played 281 matches, and most of those were played over 3 weeks. He was here very recently. In terms of this week, though, the table looks like that. Andreas Harrysson with that win over Warby in that landmark match makes it 4 wins from 4 and takes his tally to 8 points. Warburton stays on 6, along with Justin Smith. Ross Montgomery got a 4-0 win in his first match, but hasn't added to his points tally. He's level with Dennis van der Ende on 2, and Darren Barton is yet to get off the mark, but that could change if he can beat van der Ende in the game about to take place now.
Indeed, and looking forward to seeing Justin Smith up there. He really could be the fox in the hen house at the top of the group come the end of the day, because he takes on Andreas Harrysson in our last match. So still plenty of excitement to come. But at this particular moment, it's all about these two guys here. Both will feel coming into this game, Murph, that they have a realistic chance of winning this one.
Game on.
Yeah, and I think you've got to feel that Barton's performances merit points. So there is a slight hope, I'm sure, from many watching that he goes on to win the game. But Dennis van der Ende has improved as the day's gone on himself and might well get away with 2 wins.
100.
I think Barton may have benefited from his fixtures kind of being the other way round, which they will be tomorrow, of course, but he just got it harder and harder, didn't he, until finally he plays Dennis van der Ende, who's had a similar struggle today, but by then the confidence might have been knocked out of him.
42.
Yeah, Barton's had the 3 starts today, hasn't he? 3 with throw and
60.
2 without. So tomorrow it will be the opposite way round.
Opponent after opponent sticking in big average after big average against him so far as well today.
96.
Yeah, we'll be hoping that they calm down a bit on that for him, won't they?
Well, particularly when he's just watched two of those players play each other
60.
and average in the low 80s. In Andreas Harrysson and Mike Warburton. Warburton losing his unbeaten record in his 200th game at the
34.
Modus Super Series in a match where he missed as many doubles as he's missed in any other of the previous 199. 16 darts missed by Mike Warburton at the outer ring. That is
100, and it should require 129.
the most he's ever missed in one match here.
57.
Not a stat that
Darren,
you'd want to have in your
161.
landmark 200th game, I don't suppose.
$137. Then it should require 72.
72 for Dennis to end of the leg. But he can't take out top, so Barton's back for double 12.
$18. Dennis should require 40.
Opportunity goes begging.
No score. Darren, you require
Well, he's
6.
seen his opponent miss 3 at tops. Now he gets a chance to go to the bottom of the board.
Game shot on the first leg. Darren Barton.
This could be a nervy, cagey affair, just the same as it was at the top of the table, you know, Murph. This
Second leg, it's Dennis to throw first.
both
Game on.
knowing that it's a good opportunity. It's a big game for both of them at the bottom end.
140.
Well, particularly for Dennis van der Ende, he could turn his group campaign around over the course of his next 2 matches. His last one today and his first one
85.
tomorrow. Both of them against Darren Barton. Now, if he were to win them both, and Justin Smith beat Andreas Harrysson in this one, he's going to be just 2
39.
points behind one of those 2 players at the end of their first match tomorrow. Suddenly, you might be thinking about maybe getting into Group B,
55.
maybe something even more ambitious than that. In truth, I think we've seen
96.
pretty much the way this group's going to go. It seems like it's going to be a battle between Harrysson, Smith and Warburton. Unless Montgomery can have his say against Mike in
45.
the game that follows this. You'll already have a real separation between the top 3 and the bottom 3.
41. $43. $60. $95. Dennis, you require 125. $109.
That was nicely tidied up there by van der Ende.
100. Dennis, you require 16. Game on the second leg.
Nicely used.
Dennis van der
Nice
Ende.
use of the first dart there from Dennis.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game.
Those of you new to watching, there's a slight delay between legs of about sort of 8 to 10 seconds as the computer scoreboard reboots itself and does what it needs to do to get ready for the next leg.
60.
For some players, it's absolutely seamless. They don't rush round the oche and add a little circle and they wander back, and that 8 or 10 seconds, it's all rebooted and done. There's our scoreboard that you can see for the players.
Yeah, it's never affected you, Scott, has it?
57.
I didn't even know there was a delay. I'd been here 3 times before I knew there was a delay. Somebody told me about it. I had no idea.
But you do get the odd player, don't you?
100.
A little impatient to get to the hockey, have to be.
We call them the speed merchants, I think. We call them the speed merchants and the rat-tat-tat players. They
60.
do like to hit a double 16, take 1.5 stride up to the board, 1.5 stride back to the hockey and go again within 4 seconds. And
60.
yeah, they get delayed from our scoreboard, which is only right. You shouldn't rush around like that. You should savour a game. Value for money, I call it.
60. Darren, they require 160.
Something else for the referees to think about as well. Just have to get them to hold the horses from time to time. Barton here looking for another combo finish.
76.
Hit a 160 earlier today. Can't take out a 116 though. Will return for tops.
And he got the counting right there for the 116, unlike Montgomery on the 106 a couple of games ago.
Darren, they require 40.
Yeah, I've never seen 2 different finishers taken out the same way before. That's what Montgomery was attempting.
Game shot the
Barton
third leg.
on target
Darren Barton.
and in front.
Fourth leg, it's Dennis.
I've got to be honest, I'm sat in the commentary box getting goosebumps here. I'm nervous for these guys as well. It is a big game for them. As you rightly say, should Dennis come out the victor of here, he will feel it's a very good damage limitation day for him. He would still be in touch, like you say, to battle for Group B.
85.
It just changes the ambitions, doesn't it? If you lose all your matches on day one equally, already kind of planning for 2 days of purposeful practice in preparation for a Group C bid.
Yeah, I was here about 10 days ago and I had a similar situation where I knew that if I beat the 2 main contenders at the top on the day,
60.
I could actually still make the top, and I won one of them and lost the other one. Then you convert your look to Group B and try and consolidate to make sure you make Group B, and then all of a sudden you need, 2 or 3 games there, and then you lose one of those as well. It does play with the mind where sometimes it's not best to look at the table out in the back room as a player and just get on and play. I always say it at county matches. You see a lot of people at county matches, the draw comes out and they jump in that programme and they want to see what their opponent's been doing and they're this high up. No, don't look at all that. You've got to play them on the day, what they're playing today. Not what they've been doing for the last 6 months and where they are in the averages. You've got to play them on how they play today. And I made the cardinal sin
57.
of looking at the tables.
I think the match that we've just witnessed is a good example of that, isn't it? We saw Harrysson and Warburton play really well for 3 matches without a care in the world. Then they come up against each
60.
other.
Dennis, you require 56.
Couldn't hit a barn door.
Game shot on the fourth
You could
leg.
probably say the
Dennis
same
van
about this
Ende.
game. I'm sure Dennis won't have known a thing about Darren Barton before they walked in
Fifth
to
leg,
the
it's
players' room
Darren
this
to throw
morning, and I'm
first.
sure that Darren
Game
would
on.
have had no idea who Dennis was before they walked in, and the only thing that they've got to judge each other's game by is what they've seen today.
I think you get that
41.
that mentality of going into most games thinking, right, I'll win this, I fancy this, and then suddenly you go into one game and that thought becomes, I must win this, I
58.
have to win this, and can just raise the anxiety levels, cause a little bit more shakiness in the throat. Everything tightens up a little bit, and suddenly the darts that were going in are missing.
Honestly, mate, you don't need to tell me. Not in this building. Don't go there. I'm just getting over it. 10 days later, 8 days later, I'm just getting
81.
over it. Don't bring it up.
Don't mention double trouble.
And I've got to say, Bradley Brooks mentioned it. As long as I don't do a Scott Mitchell, I'm all right. And he only got through because Duff did him a favour. He nearly did it.
I think one of the first players to do it in this building was Scott Walters won all 5 games on Thursday, lost all 5 on Friday. And actually in the interview on the Thursday, I gave him the ultimate commentator's curse. I said to him, well, Scott, you don't really need to turn up tomorrow. Didn't think he'd take it literally.
So Henry nearly did the same to me as well. You know, you're virtually there. No, shush.
42. Darren,
it just shows, though, whatever happens in one day, it's no guarantee that the same's going to happen the next. So do stay tuned. Over the course of the 5 days of qualification for finals night. Then the big show on Saturday from 7:30 p.m. live here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Subscribe, click the notification bell, set that reminder. It's a great night of darts.
40.
Will Darren Barton be there just like Carl Wilson last week, the ADC qualifier?
Game shot on the 5th leg.
3-2 lead for the Spartan here.
6th leg, it's Dennis to throw first.
What a coincidence, actually, Scott. The conversation we've just had, that Scott Walters won 5 and then lost 5 was 2 years ago.
85.
Today. He didn't end up making it to the Saturday. Neither did Scott Mitchell in double trouble. But I tell you what, you could be there. Tickets are available via dartshop.tv or by scanning that QR code. It'll take you to the page. And they're only £2, believe it or not, in this day and age,
45.
If you are one of those serial dart travellers that, you know, go to all the big shows and events, the Live Lounge is one of the places you have to put
180
into your calendar and add them to those venues. It is very different than anywhere else you will go.
134.
Yeah, and it's very frequently being filled up now. It was again on Saturday, so don't waste time. Book
84.
as soon as you can.
$140.
Yeah, good stuff there from Vande as a reply to 180, just to throw a bit so a go. 140 here.
100. Dennis,
you could see on Darren Barton's face, that's what he was thinking.
A chance for Barton to get his first win. He should get at least one dart at tops.
Nicely done by Barton. Nicely done.
Darren Barton.
I'm worried about the second dart being so close, but he gets his first win on the board. Darren Barton, he has now achieved. He'll be pleased with that as well. The averages, well, they're middle of the road. 4 from 11 on the doubles for Barton. 2 from 8 from Vande. The fact of the matter is, Barton gets his first points. He'll be pleased with that on day 1. We head into a short break and we will return with Mike Warburton taking on the boss, Ross Montgomery.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the penultimate game of Monday's action sees Mike Warburton take on Ross Montgomery. It's a day that started brightly for both, winning emphatically in their opening encounters. Warburton continued to win until that war of attrition against Andreas Harrysson a couple of games ago. Warburton losing on what was his 200th Super Series game. Ross Montgomery, though, hasn't won any of his matches since that opening victory against Darren Barton, who before the break got his first win on his debut appearance at the Super Series. Montgomery looking to salvage his day with victory over Warburton, who will move within
First leg, it's Mike to
touching distance of the league leader.
Game on.
Andreas Harrysson, in fact, level on points before Harrysson takes on Smith in the final match. Still a situation where we could have the top three tied on 8 points and the bottom three all tied on 2. Spoke about a separation in the group. That would be a good example of it. But we know that Ross Montgomery has the ability to get a job done here. Can he find the levels that he did in game 1?
45.
Or would it turn into a bit of a darting disaster for the boss?
$140.
As you say, Warby won't want to lose touch of the top end of the table. And Montgomery doesn't want to be gapped
140
from Group B possibilities. I've actually had a message. We were talking about the 9 darters earlier and how many different
100
directions, and my friend Michelle Fuller has sent me a message saying there's 3,944 ways to do a 9 darter, with 2,296 of those finishing on the bullseye.
140. Might you require 160?
Knowledge is the bomb.
And how many have you done, Scott?
The one that finishes on 24 in practice about 10 times but never won in a match.
137.
I wonder how many have been done. We'll look into that. If you're watching, Henry, that's your homework.
100. Might you require 24?
He'll do it as well. He's good like that.
Gauge
That leg
on the
ends on
first
double
leg.
12.
Mike Warburton.
That's a 13 darter for Mike Warburton, who's suddenly
Second
got
leg,
that
it's Ross to
swagger
throw first. Game on.
about him again.
$140. $140. $140. $100. $43.
He's got a great record of making it through to finals nights.
100.
Ross Montgomery, 3 appearances here, 3 finals. But has done that from Group B. He'll have a job on his hands to make Group B.
36.
And I'm saying that on a Monday morning. If he loses this match,
61.
going to see a big gap between the bottom 3 and the top 3. Will be interesting to see if actually a full week goes against Montgomery.
$95. Russia require 142. 5.
In fact, I'm going to
You
return
require
to that stat
66.
in a moment, because there are going to be some disappointed players come Saturday night. Warburton,
46.
no need to be disappointed in this game
Ross,
yet,
you
but
require
Montgomery will get a chance
137.
to put right the wrong. That leaves 32. Good thinking. Good finish.
Game
And
shot
that after
the
a setup,
second leg.
a 5.
Ross Montgomery.
He's got no idea how he did that
It's
himself.
Mike to throw first. Game on.
He's got a 137 shot out there to add to his earlier 114. Ironically, he is the only player to have done 2 ton-plus shutouts so far in Group A.
22.
So last 9 darts for Montgomery, 5, 137 shot out, and then 22. I don't think he'll do that very often in the rest of his darting career.
$100. $140.
Warburton well and truly in command of this leg. I know he did have the throw.
59.
Yeah, just go back to the point I was making in the previous leg.
99.
The players this week really are pretty adept at making it through to finals night. Martin Adams 6 times in 11 appearances. Tommy Morris 5 times in 8 appearances. Jamie Kelling 5 in 9.
95.
Robert Thornton
require
9 in 11. This man Mike Warburton 7 in 9. Justin Smith 6 in 8. Andreas Harrysson 7 in 8. And Ross Montgomery 3 from 3. So we're going to have some disappointed players come this Saturday who won't be
98.
doing what they usually do.
To be fair, Murph, I think that's becoming a weekly occurrence now as time goes on and the
65.
Super Series evolves.
32.
With players from past weeks coming back.
Game shot in the third leg. Mike
Warburton
Warburton.
goes 2-1 with that double 16.
Fourth leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on. $140.
Well, that's a better start than last time round for Montgomery.
60. $125.
Last match of the day, Justin Smith against Andreas Harrysson. If Smith wins that, he'll be level on points with Harrysson. Warburton could be as well if he wins this. If Harrysson wins, it's a perfect day for him. 10 points in the pocket. Not a bad Monday's work.
$55. $55.
treble there probably means, or makes Montgomery favourite here for the leg, unless Warburton puts in a 180.
99. Russia require 86.
Six from here, but you'd like to do it in 2.
54.
Well, a bit of frustration for Ross, but he's making a match of it. And it's not because Warburton's off it in a similar way to the previous game. He's very much on it. In fact,
140.
he's averaging
32.
98 and change here, Mike Warburton. Well, that's a wild one. And he might make that average count now because Montgomery is missing important shots.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
The doubling for Montgomery is the thing that is troubling.
5th leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. $100.
On a day that started so well, has ended in a bad day at the office for Ross Montgomery. You know the feeling. Best intentions.
22.
Go back to bed, try again tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's a different day, and I've got to say, Warby would have been expecting Ross to be the Ross that he's played on many other occasions, who
100.
When the chips are down, he generally digs in and starts performing with some of his best stuff. And
6.
As you said earlier, even though Warby was 12 points higher in the averages, Ross still got there and had darts at double. And that will be the most concerning thing for him, because as a player, you then start thinking, well, what's the point in getting there?
100.
Can't get out when I get there.
He could look back at most of his matches today and point out moments where he kind of gave the game away rather than them just being miles better. I think the only one where that doesn't count was the 4-0 defeat to Justin Smith. Every other game, he's had opportunities.
60.
$141 to win it.
59. Mike, you require 141. $76.
Well, visit started well for the 141, but then kind of fell away towards the end. Ross, well, you wouldn't put him against him, putting a 180 in here and pressuring this.
140. Mike, you require 64.
140 still does the business, but is it too late? Warburton with tops. 1 to go for a 4-1 win.
25. Russia require 80.
Montgomery then to keep fighting. But he's gone for tops. So he kind of did it half-heartedly, to be fair, to ensure he did get a dart to win
60.
the leg.
Might you require 40.
And then the one that you went half-heartedly with turned out to be the problem for the one that you went full-heartedly with. So Warburton here
Game
just needs tops for a 4-1 win, and that's exactly what he does. Warburton stays up there level with Andreas at the top of the table with that 4-1 win. 92.04. He'll be pleased with that. And once again, when you look at the doubling stats, 4 from 8 from Warburton, 1 from 7 from Montgomery. That's been his Achilles heel today. We're heading to a short break. And we'll be back with our final match of the day, which is Justin Smith taking on Andreas Harrysson.
So Monday's curtain closer then features Andreas Harrysson and Justin Smith, the Battle of the Beards, to end the action on day one of week 2 at Modus Super Series 9, and it is also a game that will determine whether or not we'll have a tie at the top of the table, which would be a 3-way tie, or whether this man, Andreas Harrysson, can complete a perfect day and put himself top of the pile on 10 points. Justin Smith has 6 at the moment. If he wins this one, he'll join Harrysson and Warburton on 8, and we'll see a real split in the table. The top 3 on 8, the bottom 3 on 2, and pretty much already start to get the picture of which way this group is going to go, Scott Mitchell.
First
yeah, indeed.
It's Justin to throw first. Game on.
It could end up, if Smith wins it,
50
this
knots.
group could be as tight as a tick on your dog.
Oh, what a start.
180.
Justin Smith wasn't watching then, but he would have heard the 180 bellowed out by the referee, Owen Binks.
140.
Oh, he's at it again here, Scott. He didn't listen to Ross Montgomery earlier on. He was going for the 171 to leave himself 3 balls.
Ross would give you a polite word in your ear, and the next time it would be a polite tug of the beard to remind you what he said the first time.
You must write out 100 times, I will not go for the bullseye on a 9-dart finish.
100.
It's made me think about it, you know, because I've been close to one for years. So if I hit a 180 first throw, if I'm ever back here, I'll look out for the 19s.
Well, the way he's been landing the darts when going for the bull, I think he better stay away from it.
He's gone the 3 and the 6 route here for 82, but for those watching at home, kids, I wouldn't recommend it.
66. Justin, you require 64.
Another or an 8. That'll do for double.
32.
Not to be.
You require 60.
Once again, Andreas Harrysson on a double after 12 darts. The standard that he can produce is world class.
No score.
But he couldn't find the double on that occasion.
32. Game shot on the first leg. Justin Smith.
So Smith
Second
wins
leg,
the
it's
opener on
Andreas
throw,
Game.
not without a scare.
Yeah, but fair play to Smith. He didn't panic, did he? After the 180, he didn't.
58.
Just went about his business. Andreas had a couple of
100.
indifferent throws there, and Smith took full advantage.
I think, Scott Mitchell,
137.
that if you went 180, 171, you'd suddenly change your mind about the 3 bulls. You'd think, right, I've got a chance of a 9-darter here. I'm going to go treble 20 or maybe 2 treble 19s. But I think
if I practice it at home, you know what I mean? It's well, I suppose I've got to practice first more than anything. That's the biggest problem. But yeah, I'm thinking about some of these other ways
63.
here. There's 3,944 ways of doing a 9-darter.
pick one and be the first to do it.
140.
I do like the 167, 167, 167 idea. It's only chucking 9 darts in the right place. How difficult can it be?
Well, we'll get the crew to stay behind, roll the cameras, and we have to carry on until Scott Mitchell's hit a 9-darter.
And you have to physically remove me by tomorrow morning to get this all up and running, I think.
Justin, you require 76.
Bring your sleeping bags.
Tops for Smith to double his lead here against the unbeaten Harrysson.
56.
He was undecided which direction to go there, wasn't he, around that first one? Harrysson.
Game shot on the second leg. Andreas Harrysson.
Just to hold. He won't get another break opportunity like he's just had. He will get one probably with 1 or 2 darts, but not with 3 clear ones in hand. Smith is usually far too good for that on his own throw. And right on cue, he misses a treble.
$100. $59.
This will be the first match of tomorrow. Don't forget, the action resumes 9:30 a.m. on Tuesday here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. If you're not subscribed yet, then what are you waiting for? Make sure you are.
140.
Other fantastic content available as well, including some exclusive interviews with players who've played at the Super Series, players who are playing on the biggest stages in world darts. The On the Hockey Series recently went to see Damon Heta. Also the Bullseye Challenge, which Andreas Harrysson seems to be taking on himself today. Justin Smith's actually the record holder for that.
100. Justin, you require 144.
Just like that 18s route, doesn't it?
108. Andreas, you require 40.
Nicely found by Justin Smith there, but 40 incoming from Andreas. On any other day, you would put your house on it, but today
you require 36.
It's a very different story for Andreas.
Well, that's an okay miss. It leaves him double 16. Which he hits.
On the third leg.
And that kind of has been the story for Andreas Harrysson. More often than not today, it seems like after 12 darts he's on a double, but sometimes after 15 darts he's not.
Game on.
Exactly what happened in the previous leg.
I think one of our other co-commentators would call that
97.
feast or famine.
Good adjustment that from Smith, finding
140.
a way to slam 2 darts into the treble 20 after the first one seemed to block it. Just stepped across. And we could be seeing Harrysson get beaten for the first time and only time to date.
125. $83. $180.
He's making it count, isn't he? Brilliant performance this from Justin Smith.
90. Justin, you require 56.
2-1 on the scoreboard. 2-1 on the scoreboard in the 180 count as well. Is it going to be 3-1? Yes, it is.
Fourth leg. Justin Smith. Fifth leg.
Just checked himself as well then. Didn't feel too comfortable before he threw the first dart at double, but did manage to get the leg in the ledger. That was a break of throw as well, so Smith here throwing for the match.
Ironically, it's 3 from 9 on the doubles for Smith and just 1 from 9 for Harrysson. And that seems to be the tail of the tail.
140.
The average is very, very similar.
80.
Very unlucky that. That should have been another 60 points.
Our averages look very similar indeed. It's been a good old ding-dong contest, but it's been all about those doubles for Andreas.
$57.
A rare switch for Smith there. Is he going to get the chance here in this leg?
80.
A straight ton gets him to a finish. A 140 is in business. Bigger than that. And his favourite to finish it here.
134.
And it is 2 trebles to leave a very makeable finish.
$100. Justin, you require 130.
Needs a treble. What a dart this would be. Can't manage it. So Harrysson. I imagine it'll be treble 15.
Require 81.
That was the plan. 16. Leaves the ball, which he nails to keep the game going. Well, couldn't get near it earlier today, but suddenly he sneaks it in.
Sixth leg, it's Andreas.
To be fair, Murph, it wasn't right in the middle, was it? Let's not get carried away. It was just onto one side. It wasn't a proper bullseye for me. But in the situation, it was a massive one.
100.
Not going down without a fight. Andreas Harrysson looking for that perfect day. He's broken the throw. He's now looking to force a decider.
$80. $100. $140. $60. $57.
Oh, this could be a huge visit.
140. Andreas, you reckon 124.
This could be even bigger. Another one.
85. Justin, you require 101.
To be on this occasion, so 101 for Smith. He's hit the 12-20. He's missed the big 9. In such an important moment in this leg.
Required 39.
He is not happy with himself. Andreas needs another one of those, and he does indeed after not being able to hit a double.
Harrysson.
Then all of a sudden, 2 come along like a London taxi.
7th and final leg is Justin to throw first.
Justin Smith still has the darts. He has to remember that despite the blows he's taken in the last couple of legs, he's still favourite to win this match. And if he does win it, him, Mike Warburton and Andreas Harrysson will all have the same number of points and all have the same leg difference at the end of the first
100.
8 points apiece and a leg difference of +8. Look at those numbers.
140.
It's at least one treble pretty much every visit, isn't it, in this game?
$40.
Yep, it is, Murph. Well done.
Well, this has been well done by Justin Smith because it would have been easy to fold
140.
the way Harrysson hit back in the match, but he's put himself on a 2-dart finish after 9.
I think what you can say is that mistake that he made, as simple a mistake as it was, he's now owned that mistake and said,
Justin, you require
I got myself in it, I'm good enough to get myself out of it. Is he going tops here? No, sensible play.
Well, as long as he doesn't bust it.
60.
And that is really sensible. Made sure he didn't.
So these looks to be Harrisson's last darts of the day.
99. Justin, you require 40.
Hadn't been beaten in his first 4. Has now. As Justin Smith sees off Andreas Harrysson in a last leg decider, which means that 3 players are all tied at the top, 8 points apiece, nothing to separate them at all. The same leg difference as well for Warburton, Harrysson and that man Smith. 3 at the top on 8 points, 3 at the bottom on 2 points. And what a game to end the day. An average of 96.2 for Justin Smith, slightly more than that of Andreas Harrysson. And he managed to gather himself, having squandered a 3-1 lead. Harrysson hit back, but Smith with a brilliant closing leg, 14 darts to get the job done. And myself and Scott Mitchell will dissect all of today's action and discuss who we think might be making it through to Saturday, where you could be part of our audience. Yeah, come along on Saturday night, any Saturday night, in fact, to the Modus Super Series. It's a great night. And there are 3 players in this group really battling to be there. Let's reflect on what we've seen so far. Scott, it was looking like it might be a perfect day for Andreas Harrysson, but it kind of, well, I won't say went wrong at the end. It kind of went wrong in the match before, the one that he won against Mike Warburton, and then he played really well against Justin Smith, but loses that one. Funny old game.
Yeah, that can happen. I think you can be really confident for 3 games, and then the Warburton game happened. But even though you've won it, you know that you were skating on thin ice. So then that makes you think that you're not quite playing as well as maybe you're being a little bit harsh on yourself at times. And then that last game pretty much showed it. Every time he looked like getting to a double, he kind of gave it up, but gave himself too much to do there from 3-1 down against Justin Smith.
Yeah, Harrysson certainly looked a very confident man earlier in the day, didn't he, when he attempted that remarkable 9-dart finish. Having a look at it here, so he's hit the 180, and we kind of said immediately now he must have been thinking about the 171 followed by 3 balls. What did you make of it?
Yeah, it's obviously something that's on his mind. He's one of the ones that's been lucky enough to do what we call a conventional 9-darter, if there is such a thing. He obviously had that idea in his mind. Maybe he practices the bullseyes and hits 3 bullseyes quite often. Maybe that's the reason for it. But yeah, it's one of those, and it kind of went downhill from there for him on the day, really.
Safe to say Ross Montgomery wasn't a fan.
No, I think Ross is. You put me on the spot there. I know what you're doing with my dear friend. I think you're right. I think Ross will actually say what he feels, and sometimes you like it, sometimes you don't. I mean, on this particular occasion, I find it quite funny because Ross obviously then went for the 140 to go tops to say, "All right, fella, I can do the same," and it nearly came off. But that's just how Ross is.
Yeah, nearly took it out, by the way, that 140. Look, no 9-darter, but we did have a 10-darter from Justin Smith earlier today. He's had a fantastic day, hasn't he? Started with it with a very convincing victory, and he ends it by beating Andreas Harrysson. Lots of good stuff along the way from Smith. He looks good, doesn't he?
Yeah, and looking at that now for the second time, that was quite fortunate. It did fall out. It was in the 5 by the look of it. So, yeah. But no, very impressive to have a 10-darter with 1 on the floor as well. But he's sort of grown into it. You know, it was a tough first game playing his mate Mike Warburton. First game on the Monday morning. Didn't quite go his way, but yeah, he's gathered his thoughts, gathered his process, and he's sat there at the top with him on 8 points now.
Yeah, with Warburton as well. What have you thought of him? Again, the only real blot on the copybook was that defeat to Harrysson where neither player turned up.
Mike's one of those that you know what's coming. He's got that level game. We spoke about it with the likes of Darius and things last week. This week, he's the one that does that. He's that 90 average man. He keeps doing it and doing it. He might drop a little under. He'll step it up and go over if he needs to. But he's got that level game and that ceiling. And that's Mike Warburton's game all over. And consistency in Group A usually sees you doing well.
Nothing to split the top 3 in the table, all of them on 8 points and with the same leg difference. In fact, Warburton, Harrysson, same amount of legs won as well. So Justin Smith falls into 3rd by virtue of legs won. And then at the bottom of the table, Barton, Montgomery and Van all on 2 points. We've got a real split here. It's already looking like a battle for winning the group between the top 3, and the others are kind of battling it out for Group C. Do you think that someone like Ross Montgomery could put a day together where he gets 4, maybe 5 wins and just changes the complexion of that group?
Oh, most definitely. He has the capability of that. What I wonder about there, looking at that table, is the top 3 fearing dropping out, because that can be a negative thought. And once you start thinking negatively, then you can start playing negatively and trying to defend rather than continue. So now that there's a gap there, there's still plenty of games for those at the bottom to catch up. And like you say, it only needs one of them to grab a 4 out of 5 day, and they're back in the mix.
And Harrysson and Smith are going to play each other in the first game tomorrow, so one of them will have the outright lead after that. How much of an impact could that have to kind of set the stall out for the day?
I think it could have a massive impact on the group, because obviously the ones at the lower end of the table, that's them putting the points higher, and then you are running out of games. But I think that, the table could be decided more than in the first few games tomorrow. The pattern could be set anyway. Whether it's decided is another matter, but it will set the game pattern.
Look, it's going to be close, nothing between them, but have you seen anything from any of them that suggests they've got the advantage to win this group?
Do you know, if I'm looking at it now and the way that Justin Smith has just finished, I would say on today's performance, Justin Smith looks to be the one that could go ahead and win the group, because he's just playing with that mid-90s ceiling at the moment. He's just playing lovely. But we know that no 2 days are the same in darts, and it's what Justin Smith turns up tomorrow.
Absolutely fair shout. Thanks for your company today. Thank you for your company as well on Monday here at the Modus Super Series. The action continues on Tuesday, of course. 9:30 a.m. is the start time here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. We hope to see you then.